There he is. Take him down. Take him down. Wait. No, I'm British. I'm British. Ah! Ah! Hello, everybody. It is I, definitely Manakyn, and not a replacement, a British replacement of Manakyn. Did you know my name is Manakyn? Yes. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? I'm Manakyn. Today we're playing Phoenix Wright. Wait, we're playing British Phoenix Wright. It's been a weird day, man. A lot of my coworkers, a lot of my colleagues were all like, "Hey, how do you do this?" I'm like, "Well, you just do it." And they're like, "Yeah, but is there an easier way to do it?" And I'm like, "No, Long story short, yeah, but it's been a little bit of a rough day, but overall it's okay. How are you guys doing? You posted a submission for the art contest. Apparently, the last one broke the rules. So I did one with things I haven't added. Ooh, how'd you break the rules? Tell me how'd you broke the rules. Did you draw... Did you add very saucy pictures of Soseki Natsume? Did you add very steamy pictures of Rei Mambami and Susato? Yeah. Hey, how's it going, Bowser? How's it going, Endigo? And also, how's it going, Kiyoma? Hello! Yeah, today we're just playing some, what is this game called? Right, Phoenix Wright, British Attorney. It's been a weird day. It's been a weird day. Can you guys tell, like, I'm totally not prepared for any of this? I haven't eaten my vitamins today. Fun fact, I learned that British people pronounce vitamins, vitamins. Which is weird. Anyway, drink. I think they thought I traced it or something. See, here's the problem with that. Actually, you know what? With all the AI art that is coming out nowadays, how effective and, like, you know, generally, like, high quality AI art is now. People are super strict about things. So, for example, they thought you traced something. I suspect the reason why they think you traced something is probably because you referenced something. It's like, maybe you used something, an image, as like a reference on what to draw, and then they're all like, "Oh, well, that's way too close to that one, so maybe you traced it for AI purposes or whatever." And that's kind of the big problem nowadays. And so, you know, when it comes to things like, people don't accuse people of tracing anymore, they just call it AI now. Functionally, yeah. And it's one of the problems when it comes to AI. Have you guys noticed that AI art always has this particular style to it? Like, I'm not sure you guys have actually looked at AI art. I've looked at a lot of AI art. That sounds really suspicious. I've looked at AI art as part of my career, okay? Yeah, it's always like a particular, like, every AI character always has like a particular pose that they put on, or they always have a particular, like, you know, like look to it, right? Yeah, it's like, it's often like has some glossiness, or it's like kind of dreamlike, if you know what I mean, like kind of like certain things blur together, right? If you guys know what I mean. And there's actually a reason for that, right? That's essentially called that. Well, it doesn't really have an official name. I call it the aggregate effect. which is when you put a whole, because an AI is a conglomeration of a lot of things together. So it's like the most average representation of the things you've learned put together and attempting to let's see, project it onto an image. That's functionally what it is. Everything looks way too smooth. Something, yeah, like, so you could say something like that. Everything looks really, really smooth. I would show you guys my AI art folder, except I'd get banned. I mean, what? No, but like everything looks really, really like, there's a very specific AI style. You normally did it in your usual speed paint way. Yeah, I've seen your speed paint. So it's like, I suspect maybe you reference, like, oh, you were like looking at an image, like, you know, when people draw pictures of Corin's feet, pictures of Corin, you know, they look at an image of Corin, right? And then they're like, okay, well, she has 2 pigtails, so like, I'll make sure I draw 2 pigtails. And then, you know, you use that as a reference, right? But like, people are now so careful of AI that even if you use something as a reference, they're like, okay, well, it's too close, that type of thing. You feel bad for people who have styles that are being super close to AI. They gotta prove everything. I feel bad. I also don't feel bad. Yeah, exactly. When you use the character design as a reference, they're like, oh, well, you clearly referenced it. It's like, because they have to be super, super meticulous about things nowadays. But there's a reason why I say I both feel bad and I don't feel bad. When it comes to arts, not just like physical, not just like drawing arts, but like a lot of things, music and so on and so forth, right? There is a very aggregate style, and that is the style that AI generally tends towards, because that's the one that it has the most references to, right? And those are usually the ones that I don't know how I can say this without really offending some people, so I'm just not going to worry about it. Aggregate style is what I would call standard style, or you might even say mediocre style. And I don't necessarily mean it's mediocre. What I mean is it's in the middle, right? For those of you who are sports people, and I'll use this because it's a little bit more obvious when it comes to sports, but then it's the same thing for art. The best athletes in the world, right? Or the best athletes in their sport in the world, they're usually not the people who are like good at everything, right? No, they're usually the people who are like really, 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 really good at one specific thing, and sometimes they suck at everything else. In fact, often they suck at everything else. For those of you who are NBA fans, you know, I grew up with Shaquille O'Neal. God, I'm dating myself. I grew up with Shaquille O'Neal, and Shaquille O'Neal sucked at everything except controlling the center in basketball, right? But because he was so good at controlling the center, he was one of the greatest athletes of all time, right? Because he could really make a distinguished impact on what he was good at. And so when you say something like, I feel bad for people whose styles are super close to AI, I agree, I also disagree. Some people, they have really interesting styles in like the middle ground area. So they do unique things with middle ground area. But also a lot of people, when they're like just learning art, and when I say just learning, I kind of mean that in a bit of a flexible way. So like people can be studying art for like 20 years and they're still learning it, right? But a lot of people, if you want to be good at art, you need to establish the thing that you are really good at, right? You cannot be like, hey there, I'm Makoto Naegi, and I'm just a normal boy here in Hope's Peak Academy. You can't be that, I'm kind of okay at things, right? Because when you do that functionally, you're not creating any basic innovation. You're not creating any basic ideas, right? Like, you know, a lot of people, they're really good at, like, if I'm going to go into voice acting, right? Talking about voice acting, a lot of people are really, really good at sounding like a normal protagonist. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm Makoto Naegi. Oh, you're Makoto? Hey, Makoto! Oh man, you're so hopeful. Yeah, but the point is that if you want to establish as you as a person, What you're doing is you're actually establishing yourself in a way that actually has like specific relevance as to why you exist, right? You cannot just like be like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to learn how to be good at everything. No, that's what a kid in art school does. They learn how to do things reasonably well. Then after that, you have to establish why you as a person are capable of doing something different than someone else as another person, right? And that's why AI will, you know, a lot of people say like, oh, AI can't innovate. AI in theory, it can innovate, but it innovates randomly, right? It just tries things. Oh, I'll try this, try that, try that, try this, try this, until it gets something right, right? For how humans do that is we don't just necessarily do it randomly. We kind of do it randomly, but we also have to identify what specifically about me works, right? So I always say, geniuses, I can cook pizza slightly more golden brown. Hell yeah! Your art style is random. Okay, I mean, if you want to make the art style random, do you know who did a really good job at that? Jackson frickin' Pollock. I hate him. I hate Jackson Pollock, but I will acknowledge that he took a randomness and turned it into an art style. Okay, so that's the one thing I will do. I acknowledge. You wouldn't say it's simplistic, but not detail-oriented. So I would say this, right? In order for an artist to succeed, a very, very successful artist, regardless of what it is, understands who they are better than anything else, right? It has nothing to do with, oh, I created a style. It has nothing to do with that, right? Your style can only exist if you understand why the things you do work. Going back to the Shaquille O'Neal example, right? Shaquille O'Neal was 7'2". He weighed like freaking 10,000 pounds. Not a single person could push him. Now, can you imagine if this guy, Shaquille O'Neal, freaking 7'2", 7'3", like a freaking monster, literally could just take a step and the entire earth will shake? Can you imagine if Shaquille O'Neal said, I'm gonna learn how to shoot three-pointers? It's like, what the frick are you doing? No, you don't learn how to shoot frickin' three-pointers. You're like a frickin' brick wall. You stand there. And so he acknowledged, okay, this is one thing I understand about myself really well. And so all the athletes, I'm using athletics right now, but you know, it's same thing for art. All the athletes that really, really succeed at what they do, they understand their bodies. They understand how they move better than anything else. It has nothing to do with them being good, right? They're obviously good, but they found something that specifically works for them. It's the same thing with art, right? You find something, not like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try to create my style. You have no choice, right? Your body is the way it is. Your mind works the way it does, right? You have no choice. Your style is stuck with you, right? The question is, can you find that? Can you figure out how you work and how you think so that the style you end up with happens to go perfectly with the way you think and the way your hands move and the way your body moves and the way you see things, right? That's how you become successful. It's the same thing for voice acting, right? My voice is the way it is. No matter how much I try, I will never be able to compete at the evil villain voice. It's like, I can't do that. So I say, I'm not going to compete in that because there's not a freaking chance I'm going to be able to do that. I understand my voice. I understand what I'm capable of. Do you know what I'm really good at? I'm really good at screaming. That's not even a joke. That's not a joke. So I've pushed really hard on capturing the ability to scream. Now, that is something that not many people think about because you know what most voice acting is? The new Toyota Prius, $995 after mail-in rebate. Order now. That is most voice acting. Okay? I'm not good at that. I'm not good at that. I am not good at sounding like a normal person. That sounds really weird, but I understand the way I think. I understand that the way I think is not normal. It's like, listen to how I talk, right? Listen to how I talk. most people, they talk in a very normal way. They talk in a very like measured and sophisticated, not necessarily sophisticated, but you know, people talk generally in a smooth way. And so they get their ideas across. I don't do that. Like if you guys have ever actually listened to me talk, like I go like really, really fast and then I slow down and really fast and then I slow down and I stop for a second. It's like, that's just how I am. So I've created I understand that about myself. So I understand things like screaming, things like really high intensity moments. Those are the things that I know how to do really well. That's why I lean into that. It's the same thing for your art, right? My art is more like a hobby. I couldn't do it professionally. I saw trying to do line art. I mean, that is okay, right? You understand that there are some things just mentally you'll never be able to accomplish, right? And I think it's okay, right? You don't have to pursue it as a professional career or anything, right? But if you want to really pursue it in like trying to like create a success for yourself, you need to really start understanding yourself. You're not very good with hands and feet. They are the bane, I'm assuming you mean bane, of your drawing ideas. That is okay, right? It's like you're not good at hands and feet. Here's a weird idea. What if you didn't draw humans, right? And I know that you're like, oh, but I want to draw the characters. It's like, what if you didn't? What if you, and I'm giving you guys ideas. Oh wait, you know, people pay art consultants like $400 an hour for this. I am doing this for you guys for free, okay? Okay? So listen to what I have to say. Okay? People pay freaking $400 for art, philosophical art lessons. I'm doing this for free for you guys, okay? If you, like, so here's the thing, right? I'm not very good with hands and feet, right? Maybe you're just not a character person, right? Maybe, and I know you guys pretty well, and I'm not gonna expose, I'm totally gonna expose you, Kima. I know you're the very, like a person who's like super observant, right? And do you know what happens to people who are super observant? They notice everything. Do you know what hands, do you know what hands are? There's nothing interesting about hands. There's literally nothing interesting about hands. It's literally just 5 little sticks on a ball, right? That's what a hand is, right? So maybe the reason why you don't like drawing hands is because they're boring, right? So maybe the way you observe things, because you pay attention to details on a lot of things, maybe the way you pay attention to details is you draw things that aren't boring to you. Maybe you observe the world around you very well. Maybe you look at trees very well, or like whatever, right? Think about that, right? And I know I'm going off on a tangent, but long story short, that's the difference between AI and a person, right? AI innovates by, you know, firing off random directions and seeing what works, right? People, they can't do that because we don't have the ability to fire a million different ideas at a time. We can only make one thing at a time, maybe 2 if you're really smart, right? So in order to succeed, you need to draw furry. Wait, in order to succeed, you need to draw furries. No, in order to succeed, you need to really understand yourself. And so that's essentially the moral of the story, right? Since we talked about art contests and AI and stuff like that. In order to succeed, it's not luck. It's not overcoming your weaknesses. No, it's understanding why you are the way you are and why you think the way you think. And leaning into that as much as possible, right? You could say like, oh, well, I'll never draw a person as well as someone else. It's like, I don't give a damn, right? Maybe that's just not your thing. Right? Maybe that's not your style, right? Here's a very basic example, right? I don't know, who's a superhero? Captain America, right? Captain America. I guarantee you, Angelina Jolie will not portray a very good Captain America. And I don't care how much she tries, because she's a woman. Okay, that sounds like I'm insulting women. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I think you guys know what I meant. No matter how hard you try, sexism arc. No matter how hard Angelina Jolie tries, she will never portray Captain America very well. So what she does is she says, I'm not going to do it, right? Instead, I'm going to portray some female superhero. Fine, fair enough, right? Because she understands that there are things that she is incapable of doing just because she was born biologically the way she is, right? And you are a fool to think that biology doesn't affect the way you think or the way you view the world. It's like, there are ways that you view the world that no matter how hard you try, you will not be able to change it. So don't. Long story short, that's how I generally approach AI from an artistic perspective as an engineer. So hopefully that was some sort of insight for you guys. Anyway, I'm not sure how we ended up here. We're playing British Phoenix Wright. Did you guys notice there is a little secret character in the thumbnail that has nothing to do with British Phoenix Wright, but I added her because she kind of looks like Iris. That was helpful? I'm glad. Anyway, let's go. Let's go play British Phoenix Wright. Where is my thingamajiggy? All right, let me see. Huh, you guys can't hear this. For some reason, my audio every once in a while just resets, and then I have to add it. Give me a moment. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Not that, not that. Here it is. There it is. Yeah, you can hear it now. You know who that character? It kind of looks like Iris. And apparently she's also a little genius. I've never actually watched that anime, so. Anyway, we have little Iris there typing away. Tap, 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 tap. And then Hurley said, I love you, Ryunosuke. And Ryunosuke looked at him with glistening... Are you publishing it? No, this is my fan fiction. Alright, let's go visit a man. A man in the shape of a moon. Ah, I see he still has the cannon. Hey, sorry about what happened to your wife. Right, this is right after his wife got arrested. She was literally arrested yesterday. Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor. We're here because Mr. Garadeb's the one who discovered the incident this morning. Don't forget. Oh god, his voice. I remember his voice. It's a tough one for me to do. Give me a moment. Okay. Some of you are new. In order for me to do this guy's voice, I do have to warm up. Some of you have not ever heard me warm up my British. I believe in magic, and that magic is Daniel Radcliffe's abs. I believe in magic, and that magic is Daniel Radcliffe's abs. I believe in magic, and that magic is Daniel Radcliffe's abs. Daniel Radcliffe with a beard is my kink. 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 Daniel Radcliffe could high-key choke me and I would love it. Daniel Radcliffe could high-key choke me and I would love it. Daniel Radcliffe could high-key choke me and I would love it. Daniel Radcliffe could high-key choke me and I would love it. Is this a confession? This is a warm-up. This is a warm-up. So I learned to speak British by listening to Daniel Radcliffe speak. And so in order to get my British accent down, sometimes I need to repeat phrases that Daniel Radcliffe stated. And so the phrases I learned are, I believe in magic and that magic is Daniel Radcliffe's abs. Daniel Radcliffe with a beard is my kink, and Daniel Radcliffe could high-key choke me and I would love it. Those are the phrases I use to warm up my British. Garadeb, Garadeb, Garadeb. Garadeb, 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 Garadeb. Ah, you champs. Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. This was Garadeb's voice, I think, right? It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garadeb as anyone, really. I came straight back here after all that business in the bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more ballet nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garadeb. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know about all that dead laws of an actor. Chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Yes, I can stand. Hey, Mr. Garadeb, so thanks for your cooperation yesterday. If you guys remember, Garadeb nearly, convicts Gina just because he doesn't like this. So there's the burnt floor. We know what that screen is hiding now. The aftermath of a fiery altercation. Don't suppose I'll be able to clean up that mess for some time, no? Oh dear. This must be a very difficult situation for you. Right, his wife was also his maid, because first of all, who wouldn't want a maid wife, am I right? A Victoria housekeeping and Did you guys realize Kawakami works for Victoria housekeeping? Totally random thought. I say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. Instantly starting to snoop. But this is a twist and a half. What a rotten show all around. He's clearly struggled with everything that's happening. Oh, poor guy, he lost his maid wife. So, should probably clean up the tea cakes. That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there. Wasn't, if I remember correctly, weren't they in debt? This is awful. Weren't they in debt because Mrs. Garadeb ate too much? I believe that was legitimately the problem, right? I feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well. Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood quite still for me, you know. Oh. Time stood still. Now, that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that as an excuse when I'm supposed to be doing some tidying. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruto. I feel like this is a personal attack. I need to do the laundry. How's the cannon? There's a single apron drawing on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Right, he uses his old cannon as a drying rack. No, Mr. Naruhodo, that's a real cannon. I knew that. I was just testing you. I'll do laundry later tonight. As a piece of history it is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Oh, now the old girl and I are just enjoying peace and quiet of retirement together. Man, Garradeb deserves a better life. He was a veteran, he was injured and at service. Like, he won like a whole bunch of medals and now he's a poor landlord, man. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there a war going on that I don't know about? Petition to make Mana stream at British times. What time is it in the UK right now? Time in UK. Yeah, I go to bed at like 3 in the morning. Alright, Mr. Garradeb, why don't you chat with me? We should talk about yesterday's events first. After Mr. Natsume's trial, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? I mean, to be fair, Naruhodo didn't do anything wrong, right? It was his wife who literally almost killed someone. It was an accident, I totally get it. Well, now, must have been 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Almost killed him. That is true. She set the half of the room on fire. I do remember Sholmes was like, you got into a fight with a vicious beast. And Garradeb was like, well, you're not wrong. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember. And it was completely dark already. Oh, also, hi, Mystery. Also, hi, Guy. That failed actor champ was out at the time. Mr. Garradeb noticed there was no light in his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much. I just sat in front of the fire up here. Right, he went to the court with his wife and came back alone. Wait, was he in the jury or was Miss Garradeb in the jury? I forgot. Who was in the jury? Was it Mrs. Garradeb? I think it was Mrs. Garradeb. What war was Garradeb in? The American Revolution. I don't know. It was Miss Garradeb? Oh, right. He came on later to take her place because she was in the hot seat. I mean, I guess it makes sense. His wife was just arrested. If Marianne was arrested, I'd be pretty sad too. It was after 8 before Spear got back. The chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end some time after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. It was very illuminating. I said I was in the dark. What are you talking about? You good, Susato? Is everything alright, Miss Susato? At the very least, he's cooperative. Garradeb was in World War Z. I mean, the war was him versus the beast, so... Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Did I say hi to Mystery? Hello, Mystery. Mr. Garradeb, you were in your room all evening, if I understand correctly. I'm not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. If only there was an invention like something that could elevate you without walking. Elevation, you know, I'd call it the man-no-lifting upper. Why don't you just call it the elevator? No, that's silly. Then, how did you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenants on the ground floor, I mean... Damn. Is Garradeb a nosy landlord? Oh, looks like Mr. Shamspear is doing something illicit again. Oh my, Mr. Shamspear. Oh my, what are you doing? Oh! Dressing up as Antigone again. Oh, I know you like wearing that dress, Mr. Shakespeare. What? How did he steal a cannon? That's his cannon. He fought in the war. It's a very good point. Are you spying on your... I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Okay, maybe you could hear, Soseki-san, but... Does this old man spy on his tenants? I say, I know what you're thinking. It's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? I don't know. Maybe you like seeing Shakespeare in a dress? It's the gas woman! Wait, what? The gas tells me everything. The gas? Yes, indigestion! Oh boy. Alright, well, let's talk about... Wrong gas! Who he gassed? Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear you discovered what happened. Oh, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning, without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door. But no bally answer. Wait, is it ball? It's bally. It's bally, I think. No bally answer. God, freaking British English. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. They don't make landlords like they used to, that's for sure. Wasn't it a little premature to kick down the door? Man could have overslept by half an hour. If it's like, oh, he literally never oversleeps or something like that. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd be kicking down your door all the time. I'd have to kick your door. Maybe Susato's like my long-lost ancestor. I just know her. Hey, how's it going, Slippery? Moon Man, well, his wife was just arrested. When the game reads you. Better to be safe than sorry, so... Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze all of a sudden? Why? Better to be safe than sorry. Does he know why he... Except it was a sorry situation that you found on the far side of the door. He's sweating bullets and he's firing them. I see you, Garrett. Wait, no. Because we do know that he appears as jury duty, like, in a few months. So he isn't in jail. So, I don't know. Did he do some... I'll have to think about that. Tell me about Shakespeare. The victim's name is Shakespeare, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shakespeare. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Damn! Gyaradepp's always getting these terrible freaking dudes. Wasn't the other, if I remember correctly, his previous tenant before Natsume was also really, really poor. Like, everyone he gets is like super, super poor. And he has like really crappy, like, he has like really crappy like rent because nobody wants to rent out his room or something. Destitute?
Let's face it. The only redeeming feature of the room is the cheap rent. He runs a loan shark business on the side, does he? I wouldn't put it past it. Like, to be fair, man, it looks like we've never treated our veterans good from the 1800s all the way until now, man. Anyone wanting to live in a place like this is either broke or has a bally screw loose. The only landlord who can. He invented rent control. Hard to choose which category Soseki would fall. Damn, Ryunosuke, don't insult your client like that. Let's be real here. Artists do have a screw loose. I'm looking at literally all of you. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. I mean correct, but rude. He was doing research as well. Research into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few plays on the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. You know, alas, poor Juliet. I knew him. It is in the east. And Othello is the son. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese. As you know, many of his works have been translated. Yeah, you know, I did know that Shakespeare's nickname in Japanese was like something really short, like Sao. I never understood how that happened. I don't know what it is. Japanese people love shortening everything. Like, kimi to kanojo to kanojo no, what is it? Kanojo no koi is totono. It's incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao. Someone was too heavy-handed. I know, right? There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, too, weren't there? Of course. Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspeare would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope not. Mr. Naruhodo! Really, how rude. No, I could see it. Who could beat Othello? Like, what debates would they have about Shakespeare? Which supernatural being could beat Othello? My money is on Titania. What on earth do you mean, sir? Shakespeare had an IQ of 200. Did he? I mean, that's kind of low. Just kidding. You know, there are lots of theories that Shakespeare was like multiple people. So, I mean, but the same thing is true of like Johann Sebastian Bach from the Austrian. Is he Austrian? I think he was Austrian. The composer. So yeah, there are lots of theories of people who were actual multiple people. So yeah. How's it going, Raph? So tell me. What do you say? Gas. What on earth do you mean about gas? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yeah, I more or less worked that out.
Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe.
Isn't that dangerous? Isn't that, like, really, really dangerous? If it's all connected by a single pipe. I mean, in modern day, isn't it usually, like, multiple pipes? Like, different pipes lead to different areas, right? If it's just one, doesn't that mean, like, one problem could, like, it could cause a problem throughout the entire building? Isn't that, like, super, super dangerous?
And the gas company supplies gas to the properties via the main.
I understand that too. If that shit gets blocked, it's so yeah. It's like super, super dangerous. Do you know what would be even worse? If everything was wired in the pipe via in a series. So it's like, can you imagine, like, nowadays gas pipes are all parallelized, right? So it's like there's an area that goes to this building, an area goes to that building. But like, can you imagine if it was all like wired in a series? It's like, okay, well, building A, then it goes to building B, then it goes to building C, and then it comes all the way back. Everything was insane. I mean, true. A little series circuit right there. We blowing this place. How's it going, Basilisk? Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Oh, I see. So if somebody turns on the gas in the lower floor, it causes problems in the upper floor, right? Because everything is connected in a series. So that's how he knows. He's like, oh, well, my gas suddenly got lower. That must mean Shamspeare's home and he turned on the gas or something like that. Like blimps filled with helium. You mean hydrogen? Because back then they filled balloons with hydrogen and they freaking exploded. Yeah, at the very least, either like the smell or something like the dimming of the lights, something like that. That actually occurred in my old home as well, right? I would be taking a shower, and then someone over on the other side of the house would flush the toilet, and then the water would get really hot. Oh.
Well, obviously, the room would get brighter. Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other floors of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? What?
Oh! Here's a theory. Maybe the person on the other floor used the gas to poison wait, that's still not cement.
Wait. No, I take it back. No.
No, it's still not cement.
Man, everything points to Natsume. This sucks.
I'm not supposed to figure it. It was Natsume. How cooked is he's so freaking cooked. I mean, it doesn't matter how he poisoned him. Like, if he poisoned him via gas, that was Natsume. If he poisoned him via poison, it was Natsume. It's like there's no escaping. Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than normal. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps. I got the whole case in 5 seconds ago. It's not so bad. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily. Yes, of course. Because everything is connected to a single supply pipe. Hey, how's it going? Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. I mean, to be fair, parallel, setting things up in parallel would also be kind of difficult because you have to supply additional gas. You have to be able to control the additional gas. Because for those of you who've taken your, you're talking about parallel and series circuits. This is, that's electricity. That's your electrical circuits class, but it's the same thing with pipes, right? When you have a parallel circuit, right, that comes out from a single entry point, right? The current that goes out is equal to the current that goes in. I forgot what law, something current law. So the current going in and the current going out is the same, which means there's the current going in has to supply for both currents going out, which means there's going to be a lot more gas coming in this way and then coming out that way. So it's like that also in and of itself has some danger. So the pipe that goes in has to be larger, which is less resistance if you want to use circuit terms. Jolly good point. The fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long worn out. Hey, it sounds like Los Angeles. And they barely got any gas to them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Wait, isn't that like really dangerous? Wait, hold on. Let's say there's a lot of gas pumping through the pipe here because there's two different areas that are going boo boo, right? It has to supply gas for both of these directions. So there's a lot of gas. Then suddenly, someone turns off the gas in one direction. All the gas coming up to supply both sides can now only go through one direction because the other side has been turned off, right? You turn off that side, which means there's twice as much gas going through one side. That's gonna freaking blow things freaking up. So by watching the flickering, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Of course. Because when people come back to home in the evening before they go to sleep, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out the lamps and fires. Clever. Right, back then I think did they still have gas boilers? Did they use gas boilers? Like, they would turn on the gas and like they would have a little fire to heat the room, right? A reminder to be careful of spoilers. I wanted to send this. Yeah, thanks so much, Endigo. Yeah, just be careful of spoilers, guys. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. Oh, so it's like, if it glows a little bit brighter, that's Natsume. If it glows a lot brighter, then it's Shamspear. Oh, interesting. So he's got a whole system set up. By watching the lights here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garadev. Oh, well, nothing to it, really. And I can't really see how that's gonna help us with the case. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garadev is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. That is a good point. That's quite an obsession with what exactly is going on. Maybe he's just obsessive. He's poor. There's more to it than idle curiosity. Okay. Maybe... Why'd you do it? Why'd you make him eat the soap? Mr. Garadev, I'd like to show you a piece of soap. In quite a couple of days, you can imagine I've already washed my hands. I haven't really got the energy and the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Oh, okay, some other time then. Wait, do they have bathrooms here or outhouses? I don't know. I don't think we've ever seen a bathroom. Have we even seen a single bathroom in this entire game? I don't know. Everyone eats soap. Actually, it's literally only Herlock Sholmes. Okay, we got a street map. This was the last case, or the first case with Natsume. So the question is, I'd like to investigate. Maybe we have to go somewhere else. Maybe talk to Natsume first, and then try to figure out why he's so obsessed. Yeah, let's go talk to Natsume. Hey, Natsume! I bet this is feeling like home to you right now. Oh, he's not here. Natsume? Oh, he's not here. No JoJo's. Let's head to Briar Road, maybe. Where is what's his name? Gregson. Green Hospital. Maybe Miss Olive's back. Olive Green, hello. Can we go to? Oh, I guess we can't go back there. Show him some sweet. Did you examine my evidence? I mean, I examined all of it, but maybe I need to present some of it. Hold on, we have to check on our daughter. She's doing well. Okay. Here's a tip. If it says we haven't visited this place in a while, you should go. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, Susato's tips. Poor Miss Green. I think we should leave her be, okay? I feel like we need to spend more time investigating here. Oh! Thanks, Susato. What a relief. This is where poor Miss Green was struck down. Even when they're a little worse for wear, English rooms are so splendid. Wait, are splendidly colorful. They seem to be still questioning. Okay, back to Shamspear. Thanks, Susato. Also, thanks, Basilisk. Backseat Susato. Okay, we gotta investigate a little bit. Do we have anyone to talk to in here? No, there's no one here. Okay, we've investigated the evidence itself, right? Let's check the court record. We've examined all of these. Canterbury Yearnings. We've examined that. We've already examined this with the inside. That's the only thing to examine. There's no, like, stamp or anything. I do like this investigation music. I think it is one of the best investigation musics. Backtracks? Soundtracks. Because it's like, it really captures the feeling of, like, using, like, kind of like the old time suspense, if that makes sense. Yeah, we checked the soap. I guess we could check this. No, there's nothing here on this side. We definitely checked the soap, though. We've checked this with the little, I don't know what this is. But yeah, my theory is that there was something that was pressed into the soap for safekeeping or something. All right, so let's just look around a little bit more. Okay, so we've checked that. There's the hat. That's Shamspear himself. Oh, cup. One of the teacups that Mr. Shamspear and a guest drank from. But don't go drinking from them! There's poison! I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, both the cups are empty. I should taste the soap? Yeah, just for scientific reasons. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shamspear's. The other must have been the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Soseki wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail. Okay. Oh! Looks like you're having a good snooping around, eh? Is that Herlock Sholmes? Oh. Ah, man, looks like you're having a good snooping around, eh? Oh, Inspector Gregson! Hey, how's it going? After I threw that little Japanese fella into the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in the cell again so soon, Susato said with a smile. I'm sure. Wait! Whoa! What was it doing? No! What's wrong, Mr. Naru? He's alive! Out and out, brief candle. Life is but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. You can die now. No. How soundeth the next part? Meh. It's a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh, happy day! Well, can someone stab him to make sure it's permanent this time? Don't worry, I got my friend's soul sword here. This freaking idiot! Wah, 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 wah. He's a walking dead. He's free. It's true, he's free. The fella isn't dead at all. Did no one check his pulse? Not a single person checked his pulse. Oh my friend. Susato did apparently. Susato! What was that nonsense? I think that was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. He's your most hated character. So it was. That was the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare. Came back to life. Well, it's so interesting how Natsume has 2 attempted murder charges. Like, none of them were murder charges. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken to by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene. Whatever that now was. Whoa, what the frick is that guy doing over there? He's just smiling. Ah, dang it, I almost got him. 21st of February, Briar Road. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, and then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. Seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison as we deduced. But it was an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder. Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. Man, my boy's been through enough. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in those cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's... Wait, that's not Soseki-san's. That's, what's his name? That's Shakespeare's. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me? He just noped out of there. He's gone. I feel like I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was that? I do too. I feel like I saw him at some point in the very first game, but like it never was relevant. Well, we've done as much investigation as we can. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume. Good idea! Before we do that, we gotta investigate the cups. Okay, purple and green. Oh. What'd you miss? Well, apparently Shamspear's alive. He was arguing with Shamspear in the first case. Right, yeah, they were completely irrelevant in the first case. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yeah, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose you must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Dang! Oh, no tea ring inside Natsume. And there is a tea ring here. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough for it to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, is it? Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese. Naruhodo's not exactly a cultured dude. Okay, so either there was no tea in here or it was gone immediately. Real men chug 24 ounces of water. Ooh. Heck yeah! Prison. Which reminds you to hydrate. Big jug, baby. Oh. Big jug! My boy doesn't deserve this. Look at him. He has to sleep on literally a wooden plank. Oh. It's okay, Mr. Natsume. Someday you'll write a book about a cat. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you? Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, yeah. Oh, what is he? Tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Cholmes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume. Not a ghost. His diabolical deduction. They're not of this world. They've left me. Curse! I curse, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit's due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction. Shh, 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 be quiet. Stop. Yeah, moving on about that. We have some wonderful news. Oh. The victim that we all thought was dead, he's come back to life. Now, in the absolute worst case, you can only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible. Oh.
I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess. You're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant question.
I'm sorry to hear they heckled your mustache. Yeah, he's not the best at, you know, comforting his clients. But then again, neither was Phoenix. Neither will be Phoenix, I should say.
That selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy, William.
Well, it seems like that Mr. Shakespeare was never actually dead in the first place. The only competent detective in Ace Attorney is Emma, and Greg said, I would even question that.
Yes, that might make sense. Aye, please, he alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. Sad to think it was our last.
Oh.
Oops. Uh-oh!
Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night?
I don't say another word! I demand to have lawyer
We're all you've got, buddy. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story.
Why am I cursed like this?
Oh, no, not the sad music. First Miss Green, now Natsume. Man, people just have to... Can we just outlaw Britain? Can we just make Britain illegal so people don't have to be so sad? Soseki X Shakespeare. No. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night?
Nothing to tell. But Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful for you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday.
Oh, look at him. He's so sad. My boy deserves the best. Also, his eyes are huge. He's definitely like glazed out of his mind right now.
Yes, opium is very good.
The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after and with a knife with her. Was Miss Green actually poor? I mean, she goes to a nice art school, and she lives in an okay. I mean, that doesn't mean she's rich. I mean, maybe she's like not doing great, but it's hard to believe that was only yesterday.
The trial over, I trudge my weary way back to lowly lodging.
She's an artist, of course she's poor. Fair enough. What did they give him in questioning? Nah, I think that's his own stuff.
And that evening past the night, past 9 must have visited Mr. Shakespeare.
So you went into the victim's room. As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong. I never been to a room before. It was the first time.
Then what made you decide to go?
I bumped into him when I arrived back at house. We got chat Otto, and then develop into discussion.
Hey, how's it going, Vivi? No soap counter yet.
But he had to go out. I bid farewell.
It ties in with what Mr. Garadeb said. The victim went out and came back after 8.
Met again later evening, around 9 or just after. When I took him some nice tea I brew as
So Seki was just being hospitable to his name? He just wanted to give him some tea, man. Aww. We don't deserve Natsumes in this world, man. We don't deserve people like Natsume in this world, man. So it was you that brought him the tea that had been drunk at the scene, huh? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare?
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet. Who was the stronger?
That's a discussion for the ages, guys. I am going to remind you guys about the romantic story of Romeo and Juliet. They were both under the age of 16, the relationship lasted 3 days, and 6 people died. That is the beautiful romance of Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, it's not really much of a romance, to be honest. Average high school experience. They were indeed a power couple. Romeo did climb a beanstalk. I feel like that's the wrong story. Sounds like a battle. Yeah, I mean, they kind of, I mean, to be fair. Wait, I forgot. I think it was Juliet fake killed herself, then Romeo real killed himself, then Juliet real killed herself. Was that the order? God, it's been so long. like if I remember correctly, what was it? Like, was it Romeo? I think it was Juliet. No. It was, I think it was Romeo who's like, she poisoned herself. Well, I'm gonna try to make out with her to see if there's any poison left. I think that was Romeo, right? Did Romeo do that, right? He was like, she poisoned herself. Well, you know, those lips are looking good right now, so maybe I can get some poison. I can get some action done while I poison myself too. No, I'm pretty sure that happened. Romeo, quote, kiss Juliet poison. I'm gonna look this up. Let me see, something kiss. No, oh yeah, Juliet says, go get thee hence, for I will not away. Exit Friar Lawrence. What's here? A cup closed in my true love's hand. Poison, I see, hath been his timeless end. O churl, drunk all and left no friendly drop. To help me after, I will kiss thy lips. Haply, some poison yet doth hang on them, to make me die with a restorative. Thy lips are warm. Of course it was Juliet! Of course it was frickin' Juliet! It was the frickin' women! What do I always say? There are women like 3 things. They like cheating men, they like furries, and they like serial killers, okay? Those are the three things that women are attracted to. Cheating men, furries, and serial killers. Every single girl I know is attracted to frickin' Jason, okay? You do not understand. So of course it was frickin' Juliet who was all like, dang, my boy looking like a hunk even while dead. Taking notes to figure out how to get more women. Of course it was frickin' Juliet. I know a guy that likes Jason, god damn it. It's always that case, right? Juliet's all like, oh no, the man I love is dead. Dang, but what that dick do though? Always, freaking always. Of course it was Juliet. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. Women, man. Freaking women. As you all know, you can trust me. I am a certified women's expert. Women, man. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea. No! Never! Not at all! Tim, Juliet, wait, what? Damn! Juliet beat the crap out of Romeo! Nah, Romeo would win. Nah, you wrong, boy. The Juliet toss. The Juliet jam. Ah! The flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear it. Categorically. So now we know what happened. The Shakespearean ship war. I'm gonna say, I stan Tybalt. Tybalt is my boy. He was just looking out for frickin' Juliet. He was all like, listen, don't go near that Romeo. That Romeo a freak. And then Romeo's like, boy. And then he stabs frickin' Tybalt. Okay, like, Tybalt is my boy. Okay, you don't even know. Tybalt is my frickin' man, okay? I will die on this hill. Tybalt did nothing wrong. I know like 80% of you guys are uneducated and have no idea who Tybalt is. Your comment was too violent. Yeah, sometimes if you guys get too frisky, the comments don't show up. I don't censor anything, by the way. I don't have any like censors on the chat, so if something doesn't get through, just rephrase it or something. I don't not read you guys what you guys say. Yeah, if your comments don't get through, it's usually YouTube saying like, oh yeah, we don't like that. Like, if you guys curse, sometimes I don't see it. Like, I can sometimes see it, but I don't know how it works. So just, yeah, know that I'm not trying to censor you guys. You guys feel free to say whatever, as long as it's along the lines of Juliet was a freak. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. Lord Capulet. What's his name? Who was Capulet's counterpart? I don't. It's been a while since I've read Shakespeare, to be honest. Montague. That's it. Juliet was a furry. She was. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. Young British, like, woman in, like, I don't know, 1600s? I don't even know. It's like, she's absolutely a furry. Like, she doesn't have internet. What else would she spend her time with? Yes, Montague, Romeo Montague, and Juliet. Juliet. Yeah, the Montagues and the Capulets. That's right. That you have a cursed existence.
I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I here in Great Britain for a year now, and that time I learned no place for me.
It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture.
There are foreigners everywhere I look. They all stare at me. They all laugh. They say, "Oh man, shave your mustache!" And you think you can get around with that caterpillar on your face? The impression I get when I go out, it makes me scared to leave room.
I mean, to be fair, this was like, even now, what is it? Not even now. Even in this era, right? There still wasn't that much travel. It's like jet planes hadn't existed yet. You know, people weren't communicating with each other. Like, you see, like, some random Asian dude, you're like, what the frick is wrong with that guy? It's like, do you see this guy? Like, what the frick? He speaks in symbols instead of letters. What the heck is going on? Yeah, not even cars, man.
Which is why I become recluse. Even in my room, I find no respite from fear. I move more time than I can remember. Then 1 week ago, I moved to Briar Road.
If I remember correctly, the actual Soseki Natsume, like, he didn't have enough money to survive, so he constantly was moving, and like he couldn't afford food sometimes. Like, he lived a terrible life in Britain. But why? Why do you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Me when I speak wingdings. Ow! Why you?
Because rent is cheap. I have so little money. It spoke to me.
The rent?
Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is scarce.
Wait. The case of the haunted lodgings, right?
Cursed?
Cursed how? Previous occupant, man who lived before I took the room, died there.
Wait a second. So the first guy died, then Shamspear dies, and doesn't, well, he doesn't die, but, and then doesn't Natsume always say, like, he feels like someone's watching him? Or like someone's trying to kill him in his sleep or something like that?
Only young man, one morning found dead. No one could explain why. Surely, no one want to live in the room with history.
Well, I can tell you there are some people in the chat right now who really like horror games who might be a little bit interested.
I didn't. When the letting agent recommend place, I waver. But I want book. Book costs money. Horrible history, small price to pay. When I realize it mean I could buy book, I sign lease like lightning.
Brave or blinkered? Blinkered? Is that British?
After I move, I soon came to realize what I done. Realize how horrible room history really was.
Gosh, was it really so awful?
Alright, tell me about the history.
How did the room's horrible history affect you?
At first, Just feeling of beady eye boring into back, watching me.
I think that just might have been your mind playing tricks on you.
No! My mind not smart enough to play trick. Was someone else. Been one long nightmare ever since I given key to place.
A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean?
Old soul who die in the room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me.
That really is horrible. Okay, are we going to try to logic out an urban legend? Okay, we're gonna have to try to figure this out. We're gonna try to figure this out logically. All urban legends can be explained. For example, Bigfoot, super hairy, massive dude, was just your mom. I'm kidding. I didn't mean that. I'm so sorry. That really is horrible.
Now I come to think of it. Happened again last night too. Very same night that Mr. Shakespeare was rising in agony from poison in body. I on verge of being suffocate, silent and miserable spirit in the room.
You must move out of that room as soon as possible. Mom shaved. It was Ghosh.
You're right, I know, and that is why I already search for next room with history to call home.
Maybe you shouldn't search for a room with a history. I think perhaps you should try to avoid an accommodation with a history. I'm telling you, Susanoo was like my ancient ancestor or something. Otherwise, I'm scared you yourself may become history. Susanoo knows how to make the man listen. Okay, so he says people are suffocating him. And then he wakes up, and then there's no one there, I suppose. Like, if there was someone trying to kill him, he would wake up. Like, he thought he was being strangled. He would wake up and he would see someone, right? But he wakes up. I know that, you know, some people say, like, when you sleep paralysis, like maybe, like, I know some people say, like, when you sleep with your face in your pillow, you have dreams of, like, drowning. Because, like, you're not getting as much oxygen. Because, like, your face is in your pillow or something like that, right? So it's like, if you're... I know that, you know, if you sleep with, like, either, like, the blankets are over you or you're sleeping face down or something like that, like, you actually do have dreams of drowning or something like that. So it was his cat, obviously. Okay. Mystery solved. Wagahai was trying to kill him. Okay. So maybe he was being suffocated somehow. You know what we did talk about recently? It's not here. We were talking about, what is it? The gas thing. The gas thing. Right? And we were saying, like, oh, how it's a hazard. Maybe, and then, what's his name? Garradeb. Right? Garradeb did say, like, the gas pipes were terrible. Right? He's being gaslit. By Olive Green, girl boss. Was it gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss? Is that the saying? Let me think. So, what's his name? Garradeb was saying that the pipes suck. Maybe, like, there's actually, like, a gas problem in his room. And then, like, because of that, he's like... And because of that, like, he... Like... Oh, here's the thing, right? If the previous tenant died under mysterious circumstances, that would make sense. Maybe there's, like, some sort of, what do you call it? Infrastructure problem. That was a dog. Maybe there's some sort of, like, infrastructure problem or some, like, amenities problem, right? So gas would make sense, right? Maybe there's, like, a gas problem in his room. And, like, obviously when you sleep, you're not checking on that. It's one pipe. Of course there's a problem. Fair enough. So maybe the previous dude who died also died from a gas problem. They said he died under mysterious circumstances. Do we have a way to check for gas poisoning, like carbon monoxide? I guess it's not carbon monoxide poisoning because nothing's really burning. I mean, it is burning. Maybe it's like a carbon monoxide poisoning, like something like that. Wait, hold on. What is gas? Stove. Okay, what type of gas is used in a gas stove? Like, propane maybe? Okay, so is propane poisonous? Even though propane is not a toxic toxic industrial material, it is an asphyxiant, which means high concentrations of gas can cause suffocation. I don't know if it's propane or not, but that was Google, guys. Yeah, so maybe if there's like a gas problem in his room and he thinks he's being strangled because he's being suffocated. But it's not like him necessarily being strangled. It's like he's having trouble breathing because there's too much propane, not enough oxygen. That makes sense, right? I think, maybe, possibly, I hope. Anyway, that's just my thoughts. Of course. I feel like too much of anything is an asphyxiant. I mean, you're not wrong. It just so happens that propane can get into the air so that it takes up the space of the oxygen. But in theory, for example, if you plug your nose, with, I don't know, cotton balls, in theory, that's also an asphyxiant.
Mr. Lord of Mana is worried about curse on my room as well.
You mean Mr. Gyaradev?
Yes, he know that if people keep dying, he never able to rent out again.
Oh, that's why he's so obsessed with his tenants. He's like, oh, I gotta make sure they're not dead. And then Shamspear died. Well, he didn't really die. Well, that's true. I wouldn't go near that place. Anything is an asphyxiant if you try hard enough. Pretty much. Oh, perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas. Exactly! You mean because he's worried about their well-being? I mean, to be fair, okay, maybe Gyaradev is a little bit of a better person than I thought. Maybe he was tracking them because he was up to something nefarious. But maybe he's just... Well, then again, if he's unwilling to pay to fix the gas pipes, that is still kind of nefarious. But then again, shouldn't that be the gas company's responsibility? I don't know. At the same time, if he's he has to make sure they aren't dead. Yeah, exactly. Too much Wagahai. Wagahai, I cannot breathe. He does have a unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. Oh, maybe he suspects that the gas pipes are broken or the gas pipes aren't working well. And we even had that box. If you guys remember, there was the box from Shamspear's room. I don't think that's in evidence, though.
What do you mean? Pay so much attention to gas lamp.
Oh, no, nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything.
Oh, now you talk about me behind my back.
Oh, no, that's not what we mean, Soseki-san. We love you. Oh, I feel this man. He feels like he doesn't fit in. This hurts, man. My boy needs a friend. Maybe we should have Natsume hang out with Miss Green. They could be depressed together. There's a Liza P DLC. I'll have to check it out. What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't dead. Once he's come around and able to tell us what happened, we'll get you released.
Yes, please. Well, I do hope...
Oh, right. Now we can just say, like, oh, yeah, it wasn't him. He was like, okay, cool. Excuse me. Excuse me. Inspect. Oh, I didn't even realize. CC Soseki bows to him. Inspector Gregson.
Hey, I couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news.
Oh.
Massey, what do you want first?
Bad news.
Always, every time. Bad news come first.
I agree.
When hope is all you have, hold on. That is guiding principle.
Right, well, in that case, the good news it is.
Wait.
Oh,
Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything in that way.
why you ask my preference? Oh, Soseki.
As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, was unconscious and he's just come around. See?
Yeah. When it all happened, it was in all its terrifying glory.
Yeah, he's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume?
Thank goodness. All over. I can leave somber cell.
No, that's not in the cards.
What?
Why not, Inspector?
Mr. Shakespeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Don't do this to me, buddy. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, man. I read Othello. I read Romeo and Juliet. I even read The Merchants of Vienna, the one that no one reads. Come on, I read all your books, man. Don't do this to me. Implicated someone? Oh dear.
Yeah, I do. He's pointing the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Yeah, by sweet poison, he did seeketh to end my life, Mazzy. That wicked caitiff. So Seki Natsume, I don't know how to pronounce that word. He's Old English or something.
No.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. Yeah, you want to make the necessary preparations.
And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted, whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted. Why are you reading it like that, Ryuno? We already know the answer. Look, I was just trying to be. Oh, just let me read it. A reminder that this is a flashback. Have I played Leighton Wright? I have not played Leighton Wright. I do kind of want to game over this, just so I can see what happens when we game over in a flashback. Bruno, that's not how the story went! We're gonna take a quick bathroom break. And then we will begin again. I'll be right back, guys. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Thank you for helping me flush my toilet. Don't waste my water. Here we go. Reminder, yes, I have not played Dual Destinies or The Spirit of Maya's Stupidity. I don't remember what that one's called. Yes. Oh no, Soseki may thrown into another trial. Here we go. You guys ready? Oh, I forgot to even read it. Hold on. 22nd of February, 9:23 a.m. Oh, wait, this is UK now. 22nd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Is it antechamber or antechamber? I have to look that up. Frickin' British English. Cambridge Dictionary. Antechamber. It is antechamber. US is antechamber.
Antechamber.
And UK is also antechamber. Antechamber.
Antechamber.
Frickin' dropped R's of UK English. Yeah, I definitely haven't played the Layton games. I also haven't played the Edgeworth is Awesome games. Yes. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. Yeah, I know I'm playing them a little bit out of order, but I feel like you could play the British games out of order because they don't have any relevance to the main timeline. I mean, except for the fact that this is like Phoenix's great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather or something. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all the same. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. Literally today.
The smile lied! Good morning!
Good morning, Mr. Natsume.
Only 2 days ago I was declared not guilty here.
Yeah. We somehow proved that he managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. Yeah, for those of you who were not here, spoilers for the 4th case of the first British game. The way Miss Green was stabbed was that Mr. Garadeb's wife was so pissed off at John Garadeb that she started throwing crap at him, including kitchen knives. And one of those knives flew out the window and inserted itself into Olive Green's back. You played the British games before the others? Oh, interesting. I feel like the British games are really cool. Although, like, it makes sense, to an extent it even makes sense to play the British games first, because the justice system is more different. It's like, it's differenter. Because multiple witnesses on the stand, that's weird. That's actually kind of weird. We don't do that. It's just grandfather, right, this is only like 100 years.
But now this, another morning, another murder. Here I am in this hellhole.
Multiple witnesses is kind of funny. I do like, what is it, the Skulkin brothers. Oi, bruv. Oi, bruv, that ain't how it happened. Oh, you're right, bruv. Can't keep coming to court. What is that? There's a jet flying over my apartment right now. The Layton crossover had 5 on the... That's a lot. I'm starting to think he's right. He really does seem... It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Uh-oh.
Yes. Morning.
So, here we are again. Oh no.
Yes. Again.
My poor boy is so sacky. Oh dear, you hurt, didn't you?
If you come and shout at top of voice, people cannot help hearing what you say.
Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Mikotoba. What is it? He's been convicted of 7 more murder. Oh. Well, it seems that the process. Oh no. Are there no ouchies in Britain? Will be led by Lord Barack von Zieks. Is that Barack or Barack? Barack Obama Van Zieks, or I think it's Barack, right? Van Zieks. It's okay, you're still alive. You're still alive. Remember, the only person we know who has actually died was Magnus McGilden. And that person, in theory, was actually killed by the guy who killed... He was killed by the guy's son of the father that he killed, right? He killed some guy, and the son killed him, right? So, that's not a curse. That's not a curse. It's very logical, very reasonable explanation. But then again, we have to explain the other, like, 30 people who've died because of this guy. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey. Most legendary prosecutor. In the trial 2 days ago, he was half drunk. He went through like 4 bottles of wine. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through. Oh boy, Van Zieks. I'm crying too. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dock. I mean, he survived. We know that he survived eventually because this is a flashback.
Oh no.
That even if a person is found not guilty, the accursed will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. I can't find me Lucky Charms! The poor short Irish dude met his end right here in the Old Bailey. We get an explanation of why we keep facing him. I mean, he hates Japanese people. We don't need that much more of an explanation, to be fair.
Oh, why do I have to put up with those ice-cold, boring eyes in my sword again? Curse by evil spirit. Now, Reaper.
Pair of petrifying perils!
Potentially.
Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Look, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Yeah?
I innocent. You believe me? You more than anyone now.
I mean, let's be real here. This guy couldn't kill a fly. In fact, the fly'd probably kill him first. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way. I promise. And it promises to be a hard battle, I fear.
Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly.
Wait. Barack Obama. He is 30. He's only 32. I mean, he's double Susato's age, to be fair. He's only 32. He's pretty young. I mean, I don't know how young it is in this era, but to be fair, being 32 prosecutor is pretty young.
We should move into the courtroom.
Let they go.
Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean.
Good. I hate Barack, but he's kind of hot, or maybe you're just into vampire. I'm telling ya. Cheating men, furries, and serial killers. Those are what make a man attractive. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. It could be seen as a weakness, and if Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. Maybe he is a vampire. He needed Magundal. Who's Magundal? Do I know Magundal? I'm not sure. At least that's my gut feeling.
Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, so right. Oh, well said, locum student Naruhodo Esquire. Well said.
I swear on this sword at my side and the spirit of my BFF. BFFFFFFFFF. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor.
Yes.
Oh, that's McGilded. I see. Yeah, Graydon. Once again, like, just I don't condone murder, but I can understand murder, and I can understand and respect. If you follow your own, if you follow a belief system, right? You're like, oh, the guilty people have to be stopped. I can respect that to an extent, even if I don't condone it. But I cannot respect when you're hypocritical about it, where you're like, oh, we have to stop the bad guys, but my murder, I'll frame it on someone else. It's like I cannot. It's like the one thing I think I hate more than anything is hypocrisy. Really. It's like, if you are going to say, like, I kill all bad people, and it's like, bad people must be stopped. It's like, sure. But if you're going to be a hypocrite about it, that's like when I absolutely say no. That's where you fall apart. That's where you realize you're actually not a good person whatsoever. Here we go. Hey, it's the judge! Oh, I missed you, buddy!
Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Japanese lawyer. I missed you too.
Can I play with your beard?
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, court is now in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. I want to start your now.
It's been a while, Van Zieks.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord.
Readiness for the trial, my learned Nibbanese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat.
I do like feet. It's not just my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese. racism. It was some time ago that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey. I will say this, okay? There are very few people in this world who are truly 100% prejudiced, okay? I will say that, right? If you dislike, if you are prejudiced against Asian people, it's usually not you hate Asian people. It's usually you had a terrible experience with an Asian person, and as a result, you don't like Asian people anymore. If a woman hates men, it's not that she actually hates men. It's usually she hates her ex-boyfriend, or she hates her dad, or something like that. But it's not like she hates all men. It's like, usually, prejudice, there are very few people in this world who are truly, fully prejudiced against someone. It's usually they've had a bad experience or something went horribly wrong with some person, and then they don't know how to cope with it, and so as a result, they just take the most simple route to deal with it, which is to block out everything. Is it okay if you mention something from the first game? As long as it's not a spoiler. We've played the first game. I'm so glad your mommy issues didn't get away your love for women. Ain't no abuse that could make me stop loving women. Ain't no torture. Ain't no abuse. I believe it was some time ago that he became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. It was explained sort of why. I remember like he had like a terrible experience with some Japanese person or something like that. I know that what is it? This isn't the first time that Japanese people have visited the UK. Like there have been like several situations, and like he had a terrible experience with one of them. I do remember something along those lines. But it's like, you know, I'm gonna say that kind of both in the context of the game and outside the context of the game. There are very few people in this world who are prejudiced against people. Like, so if you like say like, oh yeah, you're just racist. Generally, it's not. Generally, they're not actually racist. There are very few people in this world who are truly racist. So yeah, don't like, you should never like, I get that, you know, they're trying to portray Van Zieks as xenophobic, but you know, the first thing you do when you see someone who's racist or xenophobic or something, you try to understand why exactly that's the case, and then see what you can piece together to understand it. It's like, you know, I'm not justifying it, but I think that's always like the most important thing, to be able to relate to each other, right? And to me, that's the solution against racism. It's to figure out why people think the things they do, so that you can understand them. You know, people generally don't like to, you know, give people they don't like or people who are mean charity. And that's what I'm telling you guys to. Give some level of charity to the people that you hate, because you'd be surprised what you find there. Anyway, that's me. I'm done being a nun or a monk trying to preach to show how good of a person I am. Anyway, that's just my 5 cents of the world. The past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom. Though for some reason... Oh, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Maybe he was attacked by a yokai. That's why he doesn't like Japanese. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random.
Are you sure it's random? Wow. As random as it is, it's pretty coincidental that we always run into the same jury, huh?
Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
Wait a second. Wasn't this guy juror number 1 of Natsume's former trial?
I don't even remember his voice.
Absolutely. I had a feeling this Larkin wasn't innocent before.
You're right, fair play.
Oh, Mr. Juror number 2.
I must say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right.
Oh, hey, how's it going, juror number 3? I remember this guy was silly. Wait, aren't these the exact people? They're the exact same people. They're the exact same people from Natsume's trial, I think. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Halt! Oh my goodness, juror number 4! Oh! Is it really hot in here? Oh my. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Hey, it's my boy, juror number 5. I couldn't agree more. I'll need to take this home 5 bob tonight or the missus will be through the roof. Right, I don't think people got paid for jury duty back then. Sound the simp alarm. I am not simping. She is just very beautiful. And she is lovely, and I will perhaps buy her whatever she wants. Is it simping if I'm right? That is an excellent question. Hey, it's juror number 6. I remember this guy too.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. You see, many years ago, we didn't even have a chance to sit in the jury. I just sat here and watched. I was called to jury, but we weren't even allowed to speak. So, I had to make sure it changed, so I went to the judicial courts, and I sat there and waited for hours. You see, back then, we didn't have the fast postal service. We had to sit there and wait I did, until I finally had my chance to speak. And so I asked, what was the point of the jury system if there was no true jury? And then he asked me, what do you mean, jury? In fact, what do I mean, jury? It was quite a while now. Oh, how I wish I could go back to those days. I would sometimes play in the fields, and my mother would make some nice pie. Oh, the pie was so good. Sometimes I would steal the pie from the windowsill and nobody would watch, and then my mother would ask where it was. But then I would never tell her. I should have told her. I should have told her it was me who had kept stealing the pies. You know, I think about it, I think she might have realized that it was me. Those were some grand old days. Oh, how I miss those days.
Sit back down, juror number 6. Quit being a boomer. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 incredibly incompetent people. You know, this is, like I've said before, this has been a very standard criticism of the jury system. Why do we have random people judge whether someone's innocent or guilty, right? In the same extent that we don't have random people judge whether or not a rocket is capable of flight, we hire experts for that, right? Why do we not have legal experts to judge things? And it's very, and it's such a complicated, it's actually a very complicated system. So it's like, it's really fascinating how, you know, for those of you who are interested, it's actually very fascinating how the jury system came to be. So for those of you who are aspiring lawyers, you have a lot to learn when it comes to, you know, understanding why the jury system exists. And the judge can only pass sentence when all the jurors are in agreement. Oh, geez. Juror number 2 is... Juror number 4. Oh, my goodness. Juror number 4. Oh, my God. Juror number 4. Is juror number 4 taking the place of Mrs. Garadeb? Yeah. You guys mentioned that.
good choice if you ask me. Wink. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty, except for one who is currently in jail. Very well. Let us commence with the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast a doubt on your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoings in that affair? Far from it.
Oh, this is a very compelling opening statement, and I hate it.
Instead, he used his freedom to perpetuate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger.
An innocent English. Didn't we say that the man has served time? No. Objection. I object to that characterization. The man is most certainly not innocent. He has actually served time in prison.
To explain the circumstances of this crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself.
Wait, hold. You cannot just call the defendant to testify against himself. You can call the defendant to testify, but I have not been consulted about this as his acting lawyer.
Witnesses, your names and occupations, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Currently serving time. Well, currently will be serving time for contempt of court, trying to hide state secrets. It was the Japanese man's fault.
Oh, Soseki Natsume from Empire of Japan.
You know what I realized? Why is it that the only person who ever has problems getting names out of someone is Miles Edgeworth? He always has problems getting people's names.
My government ordered me to come here as student to study language and culture. Mr. Natsume! Yes, Lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. And you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again.
Ooh.
I remember as if it were only yesterday. Because it was. The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir. Mercy.
Old Pat.
The incident occurred in the Garadam household where the defendant has lodgings. Oh wow, look at this dead man right here. I'm gonna turn on a spotlight for you. You see, it was on the ground floor in the room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Yeah.
Oh, wait, here's a question. Why would Shamspeare do this? Does he actually think it was us? Like, okay, so there's two possibilities. One, he actually thinks it was us. Or two, he has a reason for being antagonistic towards, what's his name? Soseki. Which is interesting. Like, would he try to put Soseki in jail just because Team Juliet won? Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strike not. That was a joke. That was when I mentioned that was just a joke. That was the funny Danganronpa poison. So I said strike 9. That was supposed to be a meme. Oops. It was found the following morning when the landlord suspected something was wrong. He broke down the door.
That means I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. I pulled him back from going to heaven because clearly he doesn't deserve it. I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Wait, did they have color photo? Hold. Since when did they have color photo? Did they have color photo in the last game? I don't remember.
Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
You can't even see him. He's also holding his fork. That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what it was.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
Alright, we're gonna have to investigate that. Hold on, hold the phone. Okay, let's see what we got here. We've seen the soap. We've seen the fork. The fork only has 3 prongs. You couldn't even afford a 4th prong. Here's the window, and there's like some loose bricks that allow him to put soap out there for some reason. Why would he freeze his soap, right? If he puts it outside, obviously he wanted it to be like in the cold, right? Why would he freeze the soap? Or maybe it was another reason. What other reason would he have to put it outside other than for the temperature? I can't think of one. Right, Naruhodo even pointed out that after you remove the bricks, right, it's like super, super cold. So like that's the most notable thing. He put it outside to freeze the bricks of soap. But why would he do that? Unless it was another reason. Maybe he didn't want anyone to find the soap. Oh no, but if you guys remember, there was that one dude who was outside his room. He would have seen the soap. So it's not just like he didn't want anyone to see the soap. It's not just that. Like, it definitely was like temperature, I think, or at least I'm like 90% sure. He had little pointy shoes. Look at that. Oh, I didn't notice this, but there's like a, what is that, oil? Is it leaking oil? Wait, this is gas. Oh, so there's something leaking out of the gas per thing, right? So that lends itself to was our hypothesis that the gas thing is like broken, not broken, but like malfunctional. Maybe something similar goes on here with this the gas thing, right? It looks like, where's this leak coming from? It looks like it's coming from like this right here. Like, it looks like it comes from this thing right here, then it drips down, and then it kind of like, maybe the floor is slanted so it drips this way. Maybe. It could be coming from the box. Right, because the box also processes gas. Like, it's gas, not oil, right? But maybe there's some liquid that comes out of it. Like, I don't know. Like, is there any liquid when it comes to gas transportation, propane transportation? I'm gonna actually look it up. Is propane a liquid? It's a colorless, odorless gas. As the pressure is released, the liquid propane vaporizes and turns into a gas. No, but then it wouldn't just have a stain on the floor like this. It wouldn't just be wet. because then it would just evaporate, right? I don't know. It's something to think about, though.
Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes. As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
Right, we still also have to figure out the motive as to why Shamspear is even framing him. It's not clear. Like, there's a lot of questions that we need answered. Like, I don't always like to use motive, but motive is definitely, you know, helpful for understanding why things are happening the way they are.
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirit. Good gracious! What's haunted? My lodging! Whole city of strange happening in my lodging. Tenant before me die in mysterious circumstance. Woman stabbed by no one on street outside.
Actually, we've established that one already. Although, you know, a whole bunch of coincidences happening, you can also say that's a curse.
Neighbor, poison, and me. What about me? I nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on faithful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room, I lit gas stove, climbed into bed, but before long, stove out. Someone tried to kill me. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. Point is, I didn't poison neighbor.
Wait, I feel like that is more important. Like, I've been asking for some info about the whole gas thing, right? Here. I've been nearly killed countless times. Okay? How? On the faithful night, you lit the gas stove, climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and someone tried to kill me. The stove went out. That's a really important point. The stove went out. Why do stoves generally go out? Well, the gas stops, right? Gas just stops for a second, right? So, if the gas supply isn't continuous, maybe the gas sometimes randomly stops and then starts again, right? That's would be like a malfunction or something like that, right? If the gas stops and starts again, the fire would go out, but the gas would continue coming in. If you guys, I'm not sure you guys have ever, like, I don't know what type of stoves you guys have. When I grew up, I would, I had a, my house had a, my parents' house had a gas stove as well, right? And my mom would always be, you have to make sure you're very careful. Sometimes when you put out the stove, when you're twisting the knob to turn off the gas, right? You might turn it off most of the way, but if you don't make sure you turn it all the way, sometimes some gas still leaks out. And propane, I think, is odorless. Nowadays, it's not odorless because they actually purposefully put smell in the propane so that you can detect it. But originally, propane is odorless. So if you aren't very careful to turn it off all the way, the gas might continue to come out. But the fire isn't burning it up. Right? So if the fire is not burning it up, but the gas is continuing to come out, that's going to suffocate someone. So what I think is happening is that the reason why he thinks someone's trying to kill him because the stove went out is that the gas pipes have some problems, right? They're incapable of just continuously creating gas flow. And so sometimes the gas will stop for like a half a second and then continue. And then maybe the gas company's like, oh, that's no big deal. It's just half a second. But that puts out the fire. And then that restarts the gas, but it doesn't reignite the fire because the fire's already out, right? Which is why when you guys turn on the stoves, I don't know how young you guys are. Some of you guys probably have never even learned how to use a gas stove because you guys all use like what is it, induction stoves nowadays or whatever. But it's like or electric stoves. But it's like usually when you want to start the gas. We'll start the fire. First, you have to turn it all the way, and then there's the clicker or the sparker that goes spark, 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 and it just tries to spark until it lights the fire, and then you can turn it down, right? But if you don't have that sparker, then the gas will just continue to come out, and it's functionally a gas leak. That's right.
Oh, why I be accused of this?
A gas stove is all we have. Well, you have the good stuff, okay? Cooking with real fire is way better than cooking with electric little wiry things that go round and round. That's what I have right now. You have a gas stove, that's the good stuff, baby.
Why I accused of this? Why exist is so cursed? Thank you, witness. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. Well, butts. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. Oh! Order!
Yep, that's the crux of this whole case! If Soseki-san is innocent, then why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take freshly brewed tea with me when I visit Shakespeare's room as gift. Public water pump outside always freeze at night. I bought bottled water, especially.
Soseki, you can't afford bottled water. What the frick are you doing? Just grab the snow.
This is the result. I will never touch tea again. Never.
Public pump was frozen. That's not information we've heard before. Interesting.
That will do. Thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Give your account of events on the night in question to the court. Yes, my lord.
Hold. We're gonna think about this for a second. For those of you who are new here, I pause a lot to think. You're gonna have to deal. Okay, this is the tea. As we know, Japanese people drink tea while hot. Thank you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. So, I guess this one was Natsume's. And this one was Shakespeare's, maybe? And so, Natsume drank it super, super fast. And so there's no tea ring. And then Shakespeare drank his slow. So, but in both cases, right, he drank it, right? They drank the tea. I mean, I guess they could say like, oh yeah, he poured the tea and then he added the strike 9. So maybe that argument doesn't hold water or hold tea. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, there's tea here. Next, we have to ask, why was he eating soap? Right? So here's the tea. Wait, which teacup was he holding? Pours boiling hot tea? No. Okay, so which teacup was he holding? Right? I guess he was holding the purple one, maybe? And then here's the soap. What? What the frick? Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? Wait. Is this the first time ever? Is this the first time ever that evidence just randomly changed? Wait, hold on. I'm not going insane, right? There was like a button there, right? There was some sort of round disc in this depression here. A reddish one. Yes. You're right, I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? Huh? Wait, what? The poor Japanese flag soap. Apparently the British people dislike the Japanese so much. They retconned the Japanese soap. Hold on, let me think about this. What has changed between yesterday and today? Nothing here. Okay, this piece of soap. I wish we could see the broken soap. No one say nothing. And see, no one say nothing. This was the broken soap, which means the soap that we got was here, right? The soap was here. The soap was here on the windowsill. All right, we're gonna piece this together. Right. The soap was on the windowsill. Windowsill soap was Japanese. Yeah, no confirmations or denials, thank you. He dropped the soap. Dang it! Yes. He dropped the soap. Okay, there's a thing over here. Soap. Something has changed between yesterday and today. Did the button fall out? No, the button wouldn't just randomly fall out because then we would see the button. Which means the button somehow disappeared into thin air. Right? I don't know. I don't know if the game would be smart enough to say that if the button fell out, then we would have noticed it. I don't know if the game is smart enough to say that, but okay. For some reason, there was a thingamabobber over there in the soap. Now it's not there. Which means somehow it fell out or it was removed. Okay. What is our clues to that? Okay, the clues we have for this is that there's a soap that has the thingamabobber in there. But now, for some reason, it doesn't have the thingamabobber there. What is the difference between yesterday and today? Well, yesterday, the soap was on the windowsill. Today, it's not on the windowsill. We moved it. Is that it? What else? What else? That's literally the only difference. The only difference is it was sitting here, and now we took it with us. So the only change that really we consciously made to the soap is we moved it from Shamspear's room to somewhere else. Shamspear put it here deliberately. And he put it there deliberately because it was cold. Okay. And because it was cold... Oh, wait. He put it there deliberately because it was cold. And so that means... For some reason, he put it there because it was cold. And because it was cold, there is a brown thing. Okay, so brown thing equals cold. Missing brown thing equals not cold. Okay, so that is the logical step here. Okay, so this seems weird, right? But we are putting together the absolutes. We're putting together the absolutes, right? And it seems like a weird thing, right? I'm putting together things, and like there's definitely steps that are missing. But cold, when the soap is cold, there is brown stuff. When the soap is not cold, there is no brown stuff. Cold equals brown stuff. Not cold equals not brown stuff. Cold equals thing there. Not cold equals no thing. Let's just say this is a noun. Okay, we're not even gonna say it's a brown thing. It's just a noun. Okay, there's a thing. It's a thing. All right, cold equals thing. Not cold equals not thing. Imagine me sitting here. It's water. It's water. Thank you, Big Jug. Thank you, Big Jug. It's water. Well, it's not necessarily water. It's frozen solids and liquids. That's the correlation here, right? If there's a thing here and then there's no longer a thing here, it melted. That's the key. That's the key here. So, there was something here. I don't know if it's necessarily water. It's likely some sort of frozen liquid solid thing. Okay? Cold equals solid. Warm equals disappear, which is evaporated. Which means, for some reason, there is something in here that Shamspear wanted to free. You came from class and now we're learning about matter. Welcome to science class, everyone. There is something here that Shamspear wanted to freeze. And he had multiple bars of soap. If you guys remember, there are multiple bars of soap. There are multiple bars, which means he wanted multiple freezy circles. I don't know why. But okay. I feel like we're getting somewhere. I don't know why, but there's steps missing, but there's definitely things here. He puts things on the sill so he can create freezy circles. We were talking about gas earlier, not just the state of matter. Okay, he wants frozen circles. Why does he want them? I don't know. Okay, but what happens when things aren't frozen? They become not frozen. Look, wait. There's a process here. Okay, hey, he wants frozen things. Okay, once they are unfrozen, they are no longer frozen, right? We remove them from the windowsill, and then they become unfrozen. Now, what happens when things become unfrozen? They melt, and when they melt, they become water. Well, not water, liquid. There is liquid on the floor here, right? So I'm trying to put things together, okay? Cold and then warm. Not warm, but not cold. Cold and then not cold. Solid, then liquid. So for some reason, we have freezy circles, and the freezy circles end up on the floor here? Is that what we're thinking right now? I don't know. This is the only place that's obviously liquid. Like, here, I suppose, like, we could put liquid in the pot. But why would you put freezy circles in the pot? Right? it makes sense that, you know, this is clearly a strange area for liquid to be, right? This area makes sense, but this area, it doesn't make sense. For some reason, there's liquid here, which also corresponds to the something that doesn't make sense, which is the fact that he's creating little freezy circles by putting some sort of liquid. He's using the outside as some sort of like cooling thing so he can freeze the little freezy circles. Then he can take them. And so we're looking for all the things that don't make sense. There's a pile of liquid here, a puddle of liquid here. And there are freezy circles out here. So for some reason, there are freezy circles out here that go from here to here. That's my hypothesis right now. I can't figure out the motivation behind it. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure what the motivation is, but there's definitely, but I suspect the soap is used for freezy circles. You're sitting here knowing the answer, just waiting. There are freezy circles, and I'm going with this, okay? These are the official terms. The official term is the freezy circles. There are freezy circles that go from here to here. And they do so intentionally, not accidentally, because he's intentional about making freezy circles. So if he creates the freezy circles, somehow he purposefully transfers them from here to here. So I was wrong about this. I thought maybe this was like liquid propane or something like that. No, not really. But then he would put the freezy circles in here, right? Why would he throw the freezy circles here? Right, it could also drip from here. It could also drip from here. Or maybe from this box right here. No, it's not from that box. But long story short, the freezy circles somehow travel from here to here. The next question is, why do... No. We shouldn't... Oh, wait, we should ask... Yes, I know this is like, what the frick is this guy on about? Like, he can't just listen to the guy talk. No, we're trying to figure everything out first. So then that way we know exactly how to approach the testimony. Okay. Freezy circles. We have freezy circles that go from there to there. So let's ask a next question here. Is there something special about the freezy circles? All right, let's ask that. Why, not why he makes the freezy circles. How does he make the freezy circles? He takes some sort of liquid, and then he puts it in the soap. Right, so I thought maybe he pressed it into the soap, but it seems like it's the other way. The soap is actually a mold to create freezy circles. I'm calling them freezy circles, it's so dumb. The soap is a mold for freezy circles. What does that mean? He's intentionally filling them and then creating freezy circles. Now, I don't know. It's difficult for me to guess how he's doing it if I don't even know why he's doing it. This is a very serious theory, and the freezy circles will be respected. Okay, we don't know why he's doing it, but we do know that there needs to be a liquid involved. Okay, freezy circles are for Japan. Now, last time, okay, so we've concluded that this was a brown freezy circle, which means this is actually a brown liquid. Okay, this was originally... Wait, if this was a freezy circle, did nobody touch this and figure out whether it was cold? Wait, of course, the entire bar of soap would be cold because we just got it out of the snow. So, of course, they wouldn't note that this particular part was cold because literally all of it was cold. They wouldn't have known. Okay, so that makes sense. So this is brown liquid. Brown liquid was used to create the freezy circle, which means we have to ask, what is a brown liquid? And we do have a brown liquid. Tea happens to be a brown liquid, which means for some reason, there are no other brown liquids, at least not ones that we're aware of at the moment. But for some reason, Shakespeare needed to use tea to make freezy circles so he could throw them on the floor. Okay, look, it sounds absurd, but it actually makes a lot of sense. Because there's so many things that aren't explained. There's a puddle on the floor, there's soap outside, and this theory kind of ties them all together, even if we're missing the steps. Even if we're missing some of the major steps. For some reason, the first thing Shamspear needs is he needs to use tea to make freezy circles so that he could throw them on the floor. We all have some brown liquid within us. No, we're not gonna bleed ourselves for the freezy circles. Okay, but tea. Tea. Okay, so he needs tea to make freezy circles. For some reason. I don't know, maybe the freezy circles are like a smell, like make something smell better. But then you wouldn't need a circle, right? You make tea. Okay, so it's not that, right? Okay, so the next question is this. Okay, next question we have to ask. Yeah, no spoilers, thank you. Okay, the next question. Yes, that's right. Circle. The next question is circle. Okay, so we've established freezy, right? We didn't really get far, to be honest, but we established that freeze means liquid. What about circle, right? Clearly, he made a mold. This is very intentional. Why make a freezy circle instead of a freezy square or a freezy triangle? That's a good question. That's an excellent. I'm glad you asked, Manakyn. Because squares are too edgy. But I hate it. Get out. Okay, he made a freezy circle. Okay, so there's two things that are missing. Number one, for some reason, he needed it to be a circle. Right? For some reason, he needed the freezy circles to be circles, right? He didn't make a freezy square, right? This is very intentional. Circles are hard to do. Squares are easy, right? So he clearly needed a freezy circle. Why be a circle? What is circular? What is circular in this room? Let's look for the circles. Teacup is a circle. Buttons are a circle. This thing is a circle. I guess the teapot is a circle. This is a circle. I don't know. It's not obvious, at least not at the moment. What any other circles? His hair is a circle. His hair actually looks like noodles. It's so hard to not say something. Well, I appreciate you, having willpower and, being careful. Thank you. Okay, so circles. There are circles. Okay, so I think we've made some good progress, right? I think this is a good place to start, right? We have to figure out why he made freezy circles, specifically why he made the circles, and why he used tea. Okay, two questions we need to ask. Why did he make circles? Why does he need tea? Circles and tea. So those are our main starting points for this investigation. You channel your inner pink princess. Your willpower. Get out. Okay, anyway. You guys have been sitting there going like, oh my god, can you just listen to freaking nuts? Why am I even sitting here? Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I can imagine the entire court is just staring at Naruhodo as he's going, okay, well, if it was a freezy circle, then why would he make a tea circle freezy circle? Did he need the circle? Or could he have made a freezy square? And everyone's just staring at him like, what the frick are you doing?
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and took tea with as a gift. We had heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to room around 11. Ah, My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Meh. Strike 9 takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't kill over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Man, we're having a debate on the witness stand right now.
I see. Straightforward.
Wait, this guy's British.
I see. Straightforward.
Excuse me, but the testimony does raise one critical point. Why did he need to use T to make the freezy circle? Mr. Natsume claims his tea has been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of poison. Why didn't I think of that? Why am I getting beaten by my assistant? You wish the viewers had a private chat. I don't know if that's possible. I'll look into that.
Well, as it happened, no. We haven't been able to. Sir.
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance?
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Why?
It's simple. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. That person was Manakyn, looking at juror number 4.
With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances.
We only need a drop. But that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question.
Okay.
I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend.
You mean juror number 4? Okay.
You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot friend will be damned for all eternity.
He's right. I could feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Specifically juror number 4. But I can't let them beat me down. Juror number 4, you're the exception.
Counsel, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Wait. They need tea, right, to examine the poison? Maybe there are more freezy circles here. If there are freezy circles here, and, you know, you can examine the poison after it's been frozen or something, we could use the freezy circles. We could check the freezy circles. Just use the freezy circles to examine the poison, right? We gotta show the court that there are freezy circles. Okay, it was around 9 that evening when I visited my neighbor and took some tea with me as a gift. Let's establish good character. Soseki, why did you want to give your neighbor some tea? Okay, good. Establish good character first.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
No! We weren't friends, not at all!
I'm trying to help you. Please, work with me!
I hate him! I wish he could die!
Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Shakespeare fancy himself great literary knowledge. As fellow scholar of English, we find much to talk about together.
Come now. No Nipponese could understand the finer points of English. Wow, Banzeeks. Wow. Objection, racism? Hello?
Overruled!
Man, Ryunosuke is bigger than me, definitely. He's all like, you know, I'm just gonna ignore that. I would not have been able to ignore something like that. And on the night in question, that was the topic of the conversation as well. And Zeke's English is very confusing. Nobody wants.
Hey, day of last trial when I quit. I arrived back in lodging. I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside on street, around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantry, but as soon it turned to heat discussion. He on his way out over time though. So I promised to visit him at room that evening at 9 to continue debate. But did I have ill intention?
You know, it's crazy. Nowadays, do you know what you do on Twitter? The moment someone slightly disagrees with you, you call them a Nazi and you try to cancel them. In this era, when someone disagrees with you, you have a rousing discussion. So it's crazy to me that, you know, back in the day, people used to argue for fun. You know, times sure have changed. Can we go back to the rousing discussion era? Twitter has done a lot of damage. It definitely has.
No, not one, not two, not any, not at all. Never, never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
A heated literary debate. Okay, tell us, was it a fun debate? Did you have a good time? Yeah, I remember, you know, totally random about debates, but I remember when I was younger, I went to visit my friend, and my friend's dad was some sort of like contract lawyer, and he enjoyed debating. Like, he really enjoyed debating. He legitimately would invite his friends over, like, you know, his other lawyer friends, and they would debate about politics. And do you know what was the most interesting thing? He would say like, oh yeah, I can debate. I can be Republican or Democrat. Just tell me which one you want me to debate for. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy, man. Like, they would have like heated debates for fun, and like they were like, oh, do you want to discuss Republican or Democrat? Which side are you wanting to defend today? It's like it was really interesting. People still argue for fun. They just start arguments and are usually trying to get a reaction. Not exactly the same, but it's a little bit. Now, yeah, I don't really interact with very many people nowadays. I think I interact with like 2 people in real life and like 5 people like legitimately online. You're on Tumblr and you plot like 200 plus people. I mean, on Tumblr, people get pissed off because your OC isn't gay. The easy way to do this is to ask the white pieces or black pieces. How's it going, Arcade? Well, I like the black pieces. Blocked!
Hold it!
And half, that's true, the other half are very, we'll call them OnlyFans advertisements. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works.
Shakespeare, a very worthy topic of conversation. Yes, my lord.
Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parlay.
Romeo and Juliet.
Tumblr isn't that bad anymore because everyone moved to TikTok. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, welcome back, Mystery.
Who was stronger?
I know I'm gonna regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agree we would reach a conclusion more quickly
With a reenactment. Wait. Hold on. How do you reenact Romeo versus Juliet death match?
So we battle out
in Greco-Roman style. Oh my god! There's no way. They literally had a half-naked wrestling match as Romeo and Juliet. I don't know. Do they still get naked, half naked for Greco-Roman in this era?
Mr. Shakespeare have all sorts of costume in his room for
Such a wait. Yeah, they had a duel. So when you say a reenactment, you were actually in costume.
He as Romeo, I as Juliet.
No, no, no! Please, please, Soseki.
And after a vigorous, wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. Victory I'll cherish forever.
Don't do this, Soseki, please.
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
Soseki was dressed as a woman, wrestling with Shakespeare. Good God. Honestly, I kind of want to watch that.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim.
Big strong woman! Oh my God! You're absolutely right! Big strong woman!
I boil water in my room and make a pot to take with me. I heard he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
Wow, he down bad. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves.
I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. Why does everyone look at me with such suspicion? My tea harmless. Cause it was.
And do you have any basis for that?
And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
Do you have any basis for saying it had poison in it?
Hold it!
Yes. There was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Man, anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry, man, see? Which is a pity. Because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. Couldn't you take, like, the residue on the ring? On, like, the tea ring? And you say you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock.
Yes, definitely. By heaven, earth, I swear.
Landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 at night.
And how was the landlord able to attest to this?
He, said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps? Inspector.
When the tenants return to their room, they start using gas, and other parts flicker. Yes, Mr. Garadeb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings.
Only one key to Mr. Shamspeare's room. I know for certain. So he must lock the door himself from inside the room.
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yeah, Mercy.
Hey, right. Mighty harmless. If you take poison, you'll die. Everyone know.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid, Mercy.
What do you mean?
People don't keel over immediately.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear? Right, didn't Maki, spoilers for Danganronpa V3, didn't Maki use Strike 9 because it was a slow-acting poison? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the Scotland Yard about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Wait, there's actually a case in the game with Strike 9? Yes, yes. Yes, it is actually Strike 9. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. Is it asphyxiation? Is that what happens? How do you get asphyxiated by a poison? Like, does like your lungs fill up with like liquid or something? I don't know. Atroquinine. So there's a 30-minute interval. Seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Carbon monoxide is asphyxiation. I mean, fair, but like, why would Strike 9 cause asphyxiation? Anyway, besides the point. Oh dear, death by poisoning. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Lung failure? Maybe. I don't know. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined it here, my lord. Man, it spells it out, really. Accused is the only person who could have done it. Mercy.
Very well. Court will add the report to the court record. Look, it's more evidence.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of her big book of everything has everything. Alright, let's see this. William Shakespeare, 31. Wait, he was 31. Oh, so he was 31. He's 33, 31. I don't know why I'm obsessed with their ages, but you know, it's like I like to see like approximate. Like, look at, I thought John Garrett was like 60. It's like 46. Oh wait, frick. Great. I completely forgot. The reason why I did that in the first place was to check the thing. 31. Cause of coma. Ingestion of small quantity of Strike 9. Toxic effects, 30 minutes. High likelihood of substance being mixed with tea, but that hasn't been proven. No sample. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February, assessed from victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when man collapsed. Asphyxiation due to paralysis. Oh, that's an interesting one, right? I do know there are some poisons that paralyze you so much you actually can't even breathe. Which, by the way, would absolutely suck to die like that.
Herlock and Edgeworth. Greg Edgeworth. Oh, that's true. Greg Edgeworth was 34. No container was for the poison was found at the scene. No container for the poison. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? It wasn't that the poison that killed John Watson in the first game? Yeah, like it was some sort of like weird, like I think it was either African or South American poison that like people used to like in the blow darts or something like that. That's what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it, Master? The pair of them drank tea together at the night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused had left.
Exactly! Me and my tea, innocent, sweet, innocent, I tell you!
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow, buddy. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear, see? So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea, see? As long as you did that, Mr. Sheriff. 30 minutes, right. He says 30 minutes. However, he died at 1:30, which means 30 minutes before was 1 o'clock. But he says he left at 11.
But no! We drank tea straight away! A battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger came after tea! Do you have any evidence to support that statement? My evidence is I made it the fuck up. In my great homeland, Empire of Japan, we have saying, drink tea while it's hot!
Sure. A proverb will satisfy the prosecution.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt. No.
That's the extent of their testimony. If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes off what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Natsume guilty. As I see it, we need to focus on the poison and the freezy circle. Can you shut up about the freezy circles? Yes. Okay. So I kind of have an idea. We look at what he said. He says, strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over. That's just a statement, right? But we have this. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock it after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yeah, kinda. This is like a stretch of an argument. I don't see any obvious directions for arguments. But we see that the poisoning occurred at 1:30, right? That's not just a little bit later. That's quite a bit later, right? So if we can argue that Natsume left long before, right? It's not just like oh, well, 1/3. It's not just like, oh yeah, he drank it and then he left and then he locked the door and then he died. No, this is a long time. This is a long time. Yeah, he would have been completely asleep by then. So I think we might be able to argue this. The victim would have been able to lock it. But what if it was way later?
Objection!
The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector. Come again? Sir? I think you'll find you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. Look, I'm just a guy who eats fish and chips. Explain that to me. According to this report, the victim must have consumed a poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Oh god, my fish and chips. That's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. Right. What about the freezing circles? In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left?
The defendant's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks?
I'm not drunk enough for this.
Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon.
I mean, you know what? I can respect that. Sometimes I have to figure out, you know what do I want for lunch?
How could it have happened, you ask? Hey, add another $50 to the expense report. God damn it, Van Zeeks. I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. The phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Nuh-uh! Mr. Natsume brought the tea to drink with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying. Drink tea while it's hot. Man, I'm desperate.
Objection!
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea.
The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Please believe me.
What sort of possibilities, counsel?
Uh-oh. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. Someone who has nothing to substantiate it.
Or, the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
You suggest this may have been suicide, counsel?
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. He kept saying, I am not suicidal. I am not suicidal. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
Uh-oh, he's losing confidence. Susanoo, we need a desk slam. But he could be lying.
Is something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy.
Carriage?
Yeah, horses. Those are cool. I just realized Van Zieks carries a sword too. It would seem that the key player to this case has just arrived. Huh? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Out! Out! Brief candle! Life is but a walking shadow! Oh no! A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. What is he doing? It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Oh, God.
Who, sir, are you?
William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I undone by these bitter events. I am the victim! Oh no!
What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed.
You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Happy I am, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord.
But I still have old tale to tell. Old tale of worse woe. I can regale the court the tale of my perfect innocence in
Perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court hear from the victim.
Look at his freaking face. Wait, who the frick are you? Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. Who's that other man? I'm sure we've... Oh, it's the dude who pieced out!
State your names and occupations for the court, please. Witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the matched scribe, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. What a great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle. William Shakespeare.
Oh! Name's Meter Man! A Dromby Meter Man!
A Dronby meter. He's the meter man. He's the meter. He's the meter man. He's the meter man.
Oh, name's Meter Man! A Dromby Meter Man! I work for the Ultimate Gas Company, Eastern Branch Office.
Oh, I remember now. That was yesterday on Briar Road. Wait, he works for the gas company? Yeah, she's right. It's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me? Could we have a word?
Oh, later, losers! I'm in Bonnie Rubble now!
I learned some Cockney slang. Huh. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garadeb's house that morning. He's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with the case?
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh, heaven, oh hell! Do you command me to remember the sweet poison that did cross me and cross my innocent lips?
I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Wait, do you guys hear that little harp in the background? Does he have little sound effects? Oh, God. Behold, you only have to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. I hate this man. I hate this man. Thus, I be noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. I did read your comment. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning to your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. What? What? They're all idiots. Every single one of them. It's because he's British. It's because he's British.
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspear doing? Gasman?
It's me, man! What, me? Well, now, oi.
Pray, tell, have you ever heard such bull fodder? Have you ever seen such bull droppings?
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence. Yes! The Freezy Circle! When you suggested the victim had another visitor to his room than the night in question. And moreover, the victim is a compulsive liar.
What? I didn't quite say that.
This young chin stroker here is to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Well, hang on. Now I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. So, I ask the audience, will Juliet ever solve the secret of the Freezy Circles? Find out next time.
Of course I cut it here. You know, I always have to just add a little bit of spice so that you guys are like, ah, dang it. It's almost 8. Yeah, I've been doing good on being on time. At the same time, I do like chatting with you guys. So sometimes I cut it short just to chat with you guys until like 12 p.m. It's 9:45 there. Oh, thanks for staying up with us. I will say, I may stream tomorrow. Just like a chat stream. Like, just, you know, chatting about like what's going on in video games in the world. And that'll give me an excuse because I wanted to do a stream where I compute how expensive gacha games are, because there is a new character in Zenless Zone Zero, and I do cocaine, so you don't have to. Central, I'm Pacific. I am Pacific. Yeah, so I might do a I might just do a little chatty stream tomorrow where like I talk about what's going on. Apparently Civilization had a release and it wasn't so great. Apparently Avowed is coming out and that's not doing so great. And apparently Crysis is dropped like half of its development team. And apparently Assassin's Creed is doing awful. And apparently, so it's like, we'll just talk about like stuff. You already got Evelyn? Well, I've been saving so like we can do a computation. We'll calculate how much money it costs. You're probably one of the other streamers, the only other streamer you've seen in Pacific time. Oh yeah? Yeah, I'm Pacific time, and Pacific time's actually not a great to stream in the evening because everyone's super, super late. But then again, there's some people who are later nighters, and it works. You gotta go. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today, Kiyoma. Civ 7 got updated. Yeah, we'll see what's going on with that. Like, I've been compiling some interesting, like news and stuff like that. Apparently, Blizzard added loot boxes back to Overwatch. There's like so much shady crap going on right now in video games that I want to, you know, have like a chance to just chat about it. People from Pacific aren't real. Yeah, I don't exist. It's super fun having you, Kiyoma. Thanks so much for hanging out. Because people would stream when you were in school. Yeah, I know that. Like, time in West Coast US is tough, I know. Yeah, but yeah, there's lots of gaming news right now. The government also really likes video. Yeah, apparently the government, ever since like the whole audit, Donald Trump's gaming audit, apparently not Donald Trump, but the US government has spent quite a bit of money on gaming journalism. That is actually, to be honest, that doesn't surprise me. I remember when what was it? There were when the whole like when there were all these like gaming journalism problem or like debates and stuff like that. And so many people were like, oh, well, clearly you guys are being funded by people to try to like, you know, badmouth games. And everyone was like, no, you're not. That's a conspiracy. And now I know like so many of my friends feel so vindicated right now. They're like, oh my God, see, I told you, look at all this money that they've spent on gaming journalism. You remember the Cuphead debacle? You mean the guy who couldn't even clear the tutorial? Good times. Hold on, you know what? I kind of want to pull that up. Hold on, give me 1 second. Take care and see you next mission. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Let me see if I can find it. I probably have it somewhere in my like watch time thing. Give me a moment. Okay, Cuphead tutorial pigeon. There it is. You can call me a conspiracy theorist, but you can't call me wrong. That is, yeah, indeed, man. I tried to give journalists the benefit of the doubt. I was like, you know, maybe they're funded and like, yeah, but you know, maybe they're trying to be, I can't do it anymore. Unfortunately, I just can't do it anymore. I tried so hard. It's like every time I tried to give people a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, they just threw it out and they're like, no, we're just gonna make it way worse for us. I tried so hard. Hold on a second, let me see. I tried so hard, I got so far. But in the end, people are really dumb. Give me a moment, give me a moment, give me a moment, give me a moment. Here. Got it. Here. Next we'll go here. Here, yeah. You guys remember this? Honestly, the more you learn about the government, the more of a conspiracy theorist I become. I know, man. I freaking know, man. There was, oh my goodness. I have so many friends who have been, you know, I don't really chat with too many of them anymore just because it's not like I don't like them anymore. It's just like, you know, sometimes you don't chat with people as you get older. But, you know, as you get older, your lives go your own way or something like that. But like, there's so many of them who have been like posting online. He was like, they're all, so many of my friends feel so vindicated. I'm sure the government won't do anything terrible. You guys remember this? This was Dean Takanashi or Takahashi. I forgot his name. But this is some writer for, I think, IGN. And he went off to some game con, or let me see. This, the Dark Souls of tutorials. It doesn't even say. It's just the Dark Souls of tutorial. But it was one of the gaming journalists. He was trying out Cuphead. And he posted his, like, my first 20 minutes of Cuphead. Okay. And someone posted... Cuphead demo versus a pigeon. I remember watching this. As you guys know, Cuphead was actually the very first game I streamed ever on my channel. Right? It was like the very first game I ever streamed. Ever! He has to be farming. It was the very first game ever I streamed. And it didn't even faze me that someone would have problems. The pigeon's already done. It didn't even faze me that someone would have problems with this because it was so intuitive. Like, it was so intuitive. That's what you do. It's like, the thing is, he can't comprehend doing two actions. Jump and then dash. It's like, okay, jump. Now that I'm jumping, now that I finished that, what do I do next? Okay, now I'll dash. Like, he did it! Yeah, but... Man. Frickin' man. Oh my frickin' God. Farm Simulator. Yeah, but there have been so many. Like, I want to talk about all the stuff with you guys because there's been so much coming out when it comes to gaming. Like, there have been so much. Actually, okay, I cannot believe this, but we're going back. You tune in. Yeah, we're gonna do it tomorrow. We might pull. Do you know what I realized? When people say pulling for gacha games, do you know what you pull? You pull a slot machine. It's literally just a slot machine. Yeah, there's been so freaking much. Also, hold on. Let me go back to Wanikani. And well, no, that Wanikani is my what I call Chrome. There's a reason, but besides the point. I just saw this video.
Hello.
I haven't seen this video in so long. I grew up with this video. Okay. I need to put the chat in. I grew up with this video. This is a classic, a freaking classic YouTube video. It just popped up in my feed. Have you guys seen this one? 13 years ago, man. I grew up with this video.
Hello, potion seller. I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions. My potions are too strong for you, traveler. Potion seller, I tell you I'm going into battle, and I want only your strongest potions. You can't handle my potions. They're too strong for you. Potion seller, listen to me. I want only your strongest potions.
YouTube
My
was a
potions
piece
will
of
kill
crap
you,
back in the
traveler.
day.
You cannot handle my potions. Potion seller, enough of these games. I'm going into battle, and I need your strongest potions. My strongest potions will kill you, traveler. You can't handle my strongest potions. You better go to a cellar that sells weaker
I'm
potions.
pretty sure these filters were still funny in the night.
Potion seller, I'm telling you right now, I'm going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions. You don't know what you ask, traveler. My strongest potions will kill a dragon.
Oh man.
You need a cellar.
I grew up with these videos, man. This was YouTube when I was growing up, man. This was it. This was it. None of this pre-manufactured stuff. None of this freaking what's his name? Game theory. Look at how nice these thumbnails are. Sorry. Look at how nice these thumbnails are. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Where is it? This was the thumbnail for Potion Seller. Oh my god, this was... Man. You made a new ReFantazio anime. Oh, I'll have to check it out later. Yeah, but they have a personal rule for gacha games. Honestly, I am very anti-gacha game. I am incredibly anti-gacha game. I realize that there's Potion Seller in this. Let me move this. I am incredibly anti-gacha game. I realized when I tried Zenless Zone Zero, I'm trying to I actually promised myself I tried to understand why Zenless Zone Zero is so attractive to people. And for the most part, I understand. It's a very fun game, right? Your personal rule for gacha games is no. Honestly, that is probably the best rule. But, you know, I wanted to do that. So kind of Zenless Zone Zero, I'm doing in the background as an experiment to try to understand, like, you know, these types of things. And this is the first time I have like a banner, I think it's called, a banner pulling or something like that. Ironically, a lot of the games that I voiced are actually gacha games. So I don't know if that makes me a hypocrite or not, but, you know, I try to keep the characters separate from the game mechanic itself. But 2 reasons above and 2 reasons below. Yes. Excellent plot and excellent story. But the thing about the thing is, what is it? It's my first banner thing, so I want to, you know, experience that. I want to calculate how much money it actually costs for every character. That's what I want to do. So that's why another thing I'm going to do, because if you guys remember, we also discussed the whole Cognosphere versus the FTC. Like, the FTC is actually suing them. Like, apparently they just paid them off outside, but I personally believe that all gacha games should be adults only. I do personally believe that. The one you play is more of an idle game. 2 and 3 for me. Wait, what is 2 and 3? Wait. 2 reasons and 3 reasons. 2 plots and 3 stories. And we might also do some grok just for fun. You also try new things as experiment. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah. Also, I've been doing some voice work for some games as well. I don't know when those are coming out, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I've been keeping track. The story has some good cracks and no, stop. There are some plot holes here. You don't want to go to lab tomorrow? I have to get up in 8 hours. Suffer through it, okay? You only have 2 more years of undergraduate and probably 2 more years of your master's, and I suspect if you want to get your PhD, another 4 or 5 years. You only have 8 years of school left. You could do it. I know that sounds a little bit silly, but honestly, it's not as long as you think, okay? You got this. But yeah. You do not have 8. Depends on where you want to end. You have a philosophy test on Sunday. Oh, damn. You graduate this... Oh, do you? Oh, are you graduating, like, advanced in 3rd year or something? I know, like, if you have enough credits in high school, you can do that. Something like that. Yeah, awesome. You only have to study for 10% of your life. You graduate this semester. I have a philosophy test. Philosophy tests are hard because they're writing, man. Man, I like tests where there is an actual answer to the questions. Which is why I, studied science. I like it when there are actual answers to questions. You're waiting to hear from grad schools? Oh, awesome. Multiple choice or bust. History also, maybe. But, one thing I don't like is, like, there's so many history professors that will say, like, explain the impact of the Civil War if slavery was outlawed in 1812 instead of 1815. It's like, wait, what? It's like, you're asking me a what-if question? But yeah, so that's one of the things I don't like about history is, like, you can kind of make up crap. Philosophy is less about being right and more about making kind of convincing. That's the problem! I want the right answer. 2 + 2 will always be 4. 3 + 4 will always be 8. 7. 2 times 2 is always 4. I was trying to say 4 + 4, okay? But then I said 3 + 4. I am very smart. I am very smart. Next, I'm going to say 33 + 77 is in it. Wait. It's not. You guys are always asking me freaking trick questions, making me look dumb. I'm developing dementia. I'm old. Ah, get out of here, you guys. Buttheads. The math ain't mathing. We need to get this man to retire. Okay, in all seriousness, one thing I always say to my cousins, like my cousins who just graduated, essentially, school, I always say this to him just to put things into perspective. I always say things like, what I always say is, I have spent more years in school than you have been alive. It's like whenever he's questioning me, like, oh, why does political this, that, or why is it like, oh, why do you set this up? And he's like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. So I'm like, so whenever he questions me, I always say, like, before you say I'm wrong, try to understand why I say the things I do. Don't get us started about the number of sides of an octagon. Stop sign! I've been institutionalized. No! 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 I've spent more years in the retirement home. Oh my god. Get out of here. Do you guys know the Octagon song? I cannot believe I'm bringing this up. Jack Black. Oh, you know the Octagon song? Oh my god. Let's see. Octagon song. Only that it exists, huh? Is it this one? Oh man, there's so many. You know of the one note song. Okay, I'm going old school in YouTube, man. This was stuff I listened to back in high school, man. Is it this one? Oh, it's ad block or no. Oh, man, it's been so long. Octagon. Let's see. Fanta show you. Yes, I think it's this one.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Jack.
No. Oh man. It's been. Oh, it's got to be this one.
Oh no.
This is the classic Octagon song. I think this is it. Look at how old this video is. 240p. That was my jam back then. 240p. Hell freaking yes. 14 years ago.
Oh no. I totally forgot to bring an Octagon. Okay, don't worry. We can go find one. Come on, let's...
This song made the rounds back when I was a kid or in high school. This is an absolute certified banger.
Today, I'm here to tell you the word Octagon. Now, Octagon is an amazing base that has a fantastic side. Octagon and 8 angles.
Fanta, show you. This is the YouTube I grew up with. This is the freaking YouTube I grew up with, man. Oh man, this reminds you of power. What is power thirst? You freaking Zoomers and your newfangled YouTube videos. Ugh. God, honestly, tomorrow maybe I'll just do like a deep dive of like old YouTube things I grew up with. Oh my goodness. Power Thirst is also YouTube gold. Oh man, this is... God, I'm bringing back memories, man. I mean, you guys remember, what is it? 'Cause I wake in the morning and I step outside. I remember when I was, when that beat was popular back in my day as well. Oh, but did I just say back in my day? McRolled? Oh God, McRolled. That's an old one. Oh. No. I'm gonna do a... I'm gonna do a better one. Take anything you want. How is this? I cannot believe we're doing a deep dive in old YouTube right now. Alright, this is a absolute classic called Take Anything You Want.
やだ。道に迷っちゃったみたい。なんだか人気のないところに来ちゃったわ。
This is a Japanese, this is a learn how to speak English Japanese video. This is a video for like middle-aged Japanese women to learn how to speak English. 240p, baby.
Shut up!
Wait, no, this is, hold on. Give me a moment. Where is it? This one? No, that one is lagging. Here we go.
Shut up! Don't say a word.
Take anything you want. Take anything you want. Take anything you want. Take anything you want.
It's also an exercise video.
Take anything
脇
you
を
want.
締めてテイク
Take
開いて
anything
anything
you want.
最後 You want で腕を伸ばします
Take anything you want.
Oh man, I watched the heck out of these old videos.
Anything you want. Take anything you want. Take anything you want.
Why are they because this is an exercise video.
Take anything you want.
Hand me your bag. Don't move! If you do, I'll kill you.
Spare me my life. Spare me my life. Spare me my life. Spare me my life.
Oh man, it feels like a fever. It fundamentally it is.
もうお手上げよ文字通りそんな気持ちで腕を上げてください
Spare me my life. Spare me my life.
Yeah, so there's an entire series of these. Where's the diarrhea one? Here it is.
Call an ambulance, please.
Okay, hold on. Where does it hurt?
Ah, my stomach. ちゃんと痛いけど痛い。
救急車を呼んでもらったからといって安心はできませんしっかりと自分の状態を
The
相手に
lyrics to
伝
a
えましょ
Vocaloid
う
song.
I have a bad case of diarrhea.
私はひどい下痢です
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of
See you later,
diarrhea.
baby.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of
肩に手を乗せ I
You
have
should probably head out. You're like, why am I still here?
お腹をさすって
This is I love this video, man.
diarrhea.
ジェスチャーゲームの要領です感情を込めてやってみましょう
I love this crap, man. Anyway, everyone's heading out. I probably should head out because I need to get dinner, guys. Yeah, so thanks so much. Tomorrow, yeah, hopefully I should be streaming tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure. I'm mostly sure. But I'll have to let you guys know. Yeah, so if you guys see a random... Oh, hey, look. A pop-up of Corin Wicks, who is my darling daughter. We need to watch the Minecraft parodies. I'll have to check that out. There are a lot of... and there's a lot of gaming news that we gotta talk about. Mine Diamonds. I remember, man, there were so many there's so many Minecraft things that got really popular during COVID that we'll have to check out. Anyway, time for me to go. Thanks so much for hanging out with me, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. If you have any quests for me, I'll see you all next time.